Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
How to start a revolution. Step 1. Belong to a wealthy family who provided you with everything you needed and desired. As the pitiful working class will need your brilliance to guide them. Step 2. Create a scapegoat to blame for all of society's problems. Step 3. Convince your followers that they are morally superior and that it's okay to commit atrocities as long as it's for the cause. Step 4. Destroy every cultural institution that society depends on and replace them with your ideology. Step 5. Start witch hunts against your political opponents, including their families. Step 6. Form alliances with tyrannical regimes in return for funding. Step 7. Punish dissidents. Step 8. Establish a rigid bureaucracy. Step 9. Repeat.
Precisamente el gobernador de la Florida, Ron DeSantis, promulgó la ley más dura en el país en contra de los inmigrantes indocumentados. Entre otras disposiciones, establece que el transporte de personas sin estatus migratorio sea un delito y que se castigue con hasta 15 años de cárcel. También ordena a hospitales notificar a las autoridades si están atendiendo a un paciente sin documentos migratorios. Además, obliga a las empresas con 25 empleados o más a utilizar el programa federal E-Verify para poder verificar así el estatus migratorio de sus trabajadores.
Estados Unidos es lo que es por los ilegales. Con la cara en alto tú sabes bien lo que vales. No es por gusto irse de sus tierras natales, si no había para comer, menos para unos pañales. Haciendo cualquier cosa aunque el sueldo fuera bajo. Nada pide gratis, se lo gana con trabajo. Con el sudor de su frente se busca el pan cada día, aventándose el jale que el gringuito no quería. El gringo no quiere al latinoamericano, ni aunque tuvieras papeles, te lo juro mi hermano. El migrante cualquier jale lo sabe hacer, pa' todo es aventado, el cabrón se sabe mover. Aprende una profesión y monta su propia empresa. A su familia le manda remesa tras remesa. Se compra un cantón hasta con tirolesa, un camionetón y un carrito acá bien fresa. Se casa con una gringa, una alemana o francesa. Y eso es lo que al gringo del inmigrante le pesa, que el inmigrante tiene huevos que él no tiene. Por eso que caigan más ilegales no conviene. Ánimo mi raza, que vivan los hispanos. A los de la migra les van a hacer falta manos. Ánimo mi raza, que vivan los hispanos. A los de la migra les van a hacer falta manos. Y el jale de los techos, ¿quién se lo va a aventar? Los edificios y las casas, ¿quién las va a acabar? Las calles y avenidas, ¿quién las va a terminar? El pasto, los árboles y palmas, ¿quién va a podar? Hermanos, migrantes latinoamericanos, el lugar es lo de menos, teniendo tus pies y manos. Sé que triunfarás donde quiera que vas. Tú no pierdes nada, ellos pierden más. Y en Florida no los quieren, váyanse para Oklahoma. Y si ahí no son bienvenidos, mándenlos pero a la goma. Hay muchos estados y todos son bonitos. Al cabo que nomás la misión es sacar dolaritos. Hispanos, estamos con ustedes, hermanos, les mandamos mucha fuerza desde acá donde estamos. Ilegal mis webs, el mundo es liberal. Y que a su madre al que no quiera al ilegal. Se casa con una gringa alemana o francesa, y eso es lo que al gringo del inmigrante le pesa. Que el inmigrante tuvo los huevos que él no tiene. Por eso que caigan más ilegales no conviene. Ánimo mi raza, que vivan los hispanos. A los de la migra les van a hacer falta manos. Ánimo mi raza, que vivan los hispanos. A los de la migra les van a hacer falta manos. Todos somos migrantes en un viaje por la vida, en busca de un futuro mejor. Algunos de nosotros viajamos por elección, otros se ven obligados a irse. Todo lo que queremos es un lugar al cual llamar hogar. Dejamos atrás a nuestras familias sin saber si los volveremos a ver. Arriesgamos todo por la oportunidad de una vida mejor. Todos somos migrantes en un viaje por la vida, en busca de un futuro mejor. Y yo soy Cieg, Alex García, puro Juaritos de la 656, compa. Puro Juaritos de la 656.
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos te muerte.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Justin, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Seems like. All right. What's up, fam? What up, peoples? Hold on a second, let me close the screen. Go here. Okay. Boom. Didn't work? Apparently it didn't work. Let me close this up then. What's going on with this today? Okay. So here we go. All right. Saludos a todos. Thank y'all for showing up today, man. I was sick for about a good week. And I was out and about, bro. Basically out and about sick, you know what I mean? So it was pretty bad, man. I hope y'all do well. Hope y'all didn't get too sick. What's up, Chris? How you doing, brother? I'm gonna go back to my thing, man. You know, granted, it's a little all. I'm getting a little warm. I'm trying to warm up back to my rhythm again. What up, Bo? Be real. Good to have you here, brother. Good to have you. Yes, I'm here. V Ladder, what up, brother? Thank you. You know what I mean? That's good. Thank you, brothers, for you being here. This is gonna, yeah, man. This is definitely gonna be a good one. I think I've had a lot. I've had a lot of classes, videos, whatever, shows like Chicloso likes to call them. But I think this is going to be one of the most important because I've been saying this for a while now, and I've been letting our people know from both ends where it's coming from. Can't just be focusing on one particular type of people, but this particular type of people does have a very perpetual hatred towards our gente. You know what I mean? So this is going to get very interesting today. Let their hate bring us together, because that's all that's going to, how can I say, is going to matter at this point. The topic of the class, as I named it, is Nazis in Americas, and I mean that because why?
Que alguien me explique.
Somebody explain to me the stupidity. Like people think that this Nazi motherfucker right here, right? Literally, he did the Nazi chest, and he's like, oh yeah, and he bites his lip down. like, look, he could have bit his lip off, man. That's how serious he was about it. But people want to say, no, he just meant my love for the people. You know, like, they do the heart shit, my love for the people. Because he's done that in other shows. Not there, right? When it came to the tech world, he's like, my love to you. He's going like that, like a total little fruity, right? But now all of a sudden he's in front of a bunch of racist ass assholes. And then he goes to put it in his chest and bite his lower lip. And people want to say, that doesn't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing. Actually, what it means is it's just a Roman salute, Now they want to make some excuses of that. And there's a lot of other stations that say, well, maybe it is Roman, but we don't really know where it came from. Okay, well, we're going to find out today where exactly it came from, thanks to some of our brothers that share and actually take the time to study, man. So I appreciate you, brother, for sharing that. That's going to be a very good thing to bring out right now. But before we get that done, before we get going there, I want to start here because everything is connecting. I've said it in the past that my job was to come and slay the Canaanites, right? Apparently, they don't even come close. So I don't know, whatever. And I've never really liked to get into the, the prophecies, like, the forthcoming things that are about to happen, destruction. But as we've gotten closer to this potential WW3, I mean, that the Bible says, scripturally speaking, that the world will hate the whore and turn onto the whore, turn against the whore and destroy the whore and bring her ass desolate. And that's everybody within her, you could say, 10 toes. All of y'all that are included. Specifically, if you are so involved in this voting mechanism of paganism, or what we like to call the Babylonian original government. Because that's really where we're at. So, without further ado, let me go ahead and check and see. Hey, what up, Warakuya, and what up, Joe, man? My bad. I missed you guys, bro. Good to have you, brother. Yeah, you guys know how to monitor, man. So, you know what I mean? Handle your shit. Some stranger comes in. But I don't know if they get offended. Maybe the fruities will get offended. Maybe the Romans that like to be Christmas Christians. Because that's, I'm going to get deep on that. So let's begin. So remember, the whore will be turned against. The nations that once drank out of her cup, we know this, right? Babylon has fallen. Babylon has fallen. Right? Matter of fact, let's read it real quick before we go there, because I wanted to start here. But let's go to, it was, I think, 18, right? I think this one. Let's see, where is it? Is it this one? The fruit of the Lord is, for 1 hour. Okay, let's see right there. Yeah, this is it. Man, where is it at? I had it in my mind. Romans, give me a second. I want to get to the scripture real quick. Light a candle, rejoice there, heaven, as thou cast a seed. For in 1 hour she allows a great seed that closes the purple lip, only goes pearls. Merchants of the sea, thou shalt fruit, the cinnamon. Merchants then stand afar. The kings of the earth committed, therefore shall the plagues come. I must glorified. Is this the one, Babylon is fallen? Yes. Here it goes right here. Man, oh my God, it's right in front of me. Man, my bad, fam. My bad, man. It's one of those days. I'm trying to get back into the rhythm. I was weak. I was sick a whole week. All right, give me a break. All right, let's read. Revelation 18:1. It says, and after these things, I saw another angel come from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. Now, in case some of you brothers that watch or Indigenous and from a distance and you don't know how to handle this, you really need to put aside your emotions. And you really need to really make this decision today, or at least now. Are you going to believe in science, or are you going to believe in what is really being repetitive in this book? Which one is it going to be? Are you a mushroom that came out of the root of nowhere? Or are you into science where you came from a monkey and you originated from over there too, right? So we're going to have to be real with this, because in case y'all don't know, we had some racist ass natives come in here, right? Like that girl came here and saying Mexicans get deported, fucking beaner and all that, wet bag, moist bag. She called me moist bag, right? Well, funny as a man, you natives are getting arrested and being deported. Just like our people. And you want to know why? Because y'all don't look that much different than we do. So much for your racism, whatever your name is. With that, the sister of that Care Bear or Angel Bear, the dude that debates like native stuff. Yeah, her. Tattooed up in her face, comes over here, tries to call me a moist back. But now we're hearing and seeing, I'm going to show y'all, Native Indians getting arrested by immigration. Being treated like any fucking beaner. The irony. The irony. And it says, Revelation 18:2, and he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon, the great, is fallen and has become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. So, yes, all of you that are at this very moment enjoying the suffering of just people in general, right? You are going to drink the cup double. Remember calling people moist backs? You're going to get it double. Remember Nate the Snake called us wetbacks? Oh, you woolly-haired fool, you're going to get it double. You're going to get it double. Verse 8:3, for all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. So now we're talking about a variety of things, right? We're looking at when she cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and has become a habitation of devils, and a hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of very unclean and hateful birds. We're seeing the decimation of a nation. Do you guys know that, statistically speaking, every year, 150,000 people die of alcoholism? Yes, they do. 150,000 plus just by alcoholism. That doesn't include everything that they cause around them. Bad children, wives, God knows what other diseases and shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you just don't know the chaos that the ism can cause. And imagine the addiction that it comes with, right? So what other things go in addiction? Hey, you got it. Fentanyl, family. Fentanyl. Loud as hell. And the kings of the earth had committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth had waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. Why do you think there's fentanyl, drug addiction coming back and forth? Or specifically here in this northern part? Because their trade is guns, drugs. You give us drugs, we'll give you guns. You make us rich, we make you rich. And, it's okay. We'll play the game. We'll arrest each other and other people suffer. They call them narco government. And I'm going to say this to you guys right now. What, America? You guys are officially in a Mexican government now. You are going to be living the way us lived in Mexico for a while, quite a while, before it's all over and done. Because that's what you did. You just became what Mexico used to be, a corrupt government that gave a hell about his people. You guys think these rich-ass mofos care about you guys? They were just shutting down Medicaid on you stupid asses. Whew. And the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. Why? Because addiction, drugs, killings, murders, guns. That's all it means. Their God is gold, oil, and drugs, fam. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, that ye receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquity. Keep this in mind. You got drug addicts, homeless people standing around like zombies, right? Right? Think about it. Standing around like zombies. And yet you got rich elites saying, we want to go to Mars. Man, you can't even help your people here. And you want to go to Mars? Says a lot about who they are. Now let's go.
It's about to be the whole world versus the U.S. I hope you guys understand that. Today, where Colombia rejected flights mid-air that were supposed to bring back repatriated Colombians, Trump was upset and said, we're going to do 25% tariffs on Colombia. Colombia said, fine, we'll do 50% on you. What people miss, though, is that in the background of all of this, there were a lot of countries that are like, we stand with Colombia. And there were also countries that outright rejected. Mexico's rejected those flights as well. And what we're watching is a whole lot of countries that are lining up in the event that Donald Trump wants to play games. I know that everyone's like, oh, America's so strong, powerful, whatever, which is true, but when you have the entirety of the world lobbing economic shots at you, it's not going to go well. Trump said he was going to do the tariffs. I kept hearing, well, these are bargaining chips, et cetera, except now they're not anymore because he's already shown his hand. Mexico, Canada, they're already like, we're already getting hit with 25% tariffs at the beginning of February. Why do we care? And there's a lot of other countries that are lining back behind them. Like, if America wants to play games, a lot of Europe, they're just sitting quietly and waiting, but they've talked about it. The worst part is that not only do you get the situation where these countries are about to team up and be like, have fun with your economic strife, they're also looking to move away from America. They're setting their economic futures up differently in the event that America just goes rogue. Canada, Mexico, all of Europe, they're looking elsewhere in the event that Donald Trump tries something stupid. And my fear is that in a few weeks from now, maybe a couple of months, it's just economic catastrophe. Not only are these countries going to retaliate en masse against us, it's sort of like, yeah, if they're going to do it, we'll do it, okay, and then you just have a domino effect. You also have the Trump administration targeting migrants, and we've seen like 75% in Bakersfield migrants not show up to work. San Antonio is 50%, and this is happening, increasingly across the country. We don't know exactly how many people aren't showing up, but we know that a lot of migrants are not showing up to work. We're talking food shortages. We're talking skyrocketing prices on top of tariffs. Pretty much everything that we warned you about before he took office. And now it's going to happen. And from the looks of it, it's going to happen real goddamn quick. Trump could have taken Biden's economy and coasted. Just been a popular president, done fuck all. Now he's going to destroy lives.
Yeah. Yes. There's a lot of people online right now of all kinds of colors enjoying this experience of our gente. Blackety black and whack and crackety cracks, man. You both are out there. I call some of y'all, well, I mean, for sure on a right-wing type. What do you expect out of racist white people, man? You know what I mean? But again, and I kept calling this out, man, from 2022. I began saying, bro, listen, they came together. And guess who's working together once again? Black and white folks, man. They're the ones that are attacked. Racist white folks and black folks, right? That feel like they're the echelon or upper echelon, or I don't know what the mentality is, man. Because there's a lot of these grifters, like doing Republican shit, right? Having views because Republicans pay for racism. And you got these Negro grifters out there doing these, like, yeah, let's go ahead and deport these Mexicans. You got FBI now sucking the balls out of Donald Trump. What's his name? Tariq Nasheed. Literally, man. They hate white folks. But now they're good with it, because they hate Mexicans or Hispanics. You know what I mean? It's going to be very joyful, man. You're joyful to see it. Because in reality, family, you got to understand, if you believe in the book, or at least in life, salvation and destruction, you got to accept salvation and also destruction for the enemy. That's the way the book works. Can't have it both ways, man. This ain't no Christmas Christianity. Let me tickle your emotions. Oh my God, Jesus loves everybody, but in secret, I hate your ass, man. Nah, bro, I'm not. I don't do that. I don't do that. Job 18:5. Because listen, scripturally speaking, it said that the light was going to turn dark. Job 18:5 says, yea, the light of the wicked shall be put out, and the sparks of his fire shall not shine. Let me repeat that. The light of the wicked shall be put out. So you that came with this doctrine of discovery, manifest destiny, pursuit of happiness, you know what I'm saying? All of these sphere of influence type of concepts. Guess what, man? All of that, sorry, my bad, family. All of that is going to end now. Now you got, what's his name, Trump, taking advice from Musk, who's never created a damn thing. Musk is an illegal himself. A real one, by the way. But what do you guys care? Right? Because he's white. And you know why I would say that? Because there's been 2 incidents so far of illegal immigrants dealing with cops. And guess what they do when they name these people, but they're not so-called Hispanic looking or Mexican or indigenous? Oh, they're German citizens. They don't call them illegal immigrant from Germany. No, they call them German citizens. Shoots a cop and he's a German citizen. Yea, the light of the wicked shall be put out, and the sparks of his fire shall not shine. The light shall be dark in his tabernacle. You see this? The light shall be dark. What are we getting now? The hatred. Just like the disgusting, like how they're, look, I watched the video earlier. This Florence Mirsky girl calling people, they weren't even like, I guess, Hispanic, so to speak, calling them wetbacks. And that's why Trump is doing what he's doing, because that's all you guys do is rape children and women. That's what this fucking bitch said. You see what I mean? The light shall be dark in his tabernacle, and his candle shall be put out with him. That goes for both of y'all nations. You damn Edomites and Canaanites. And I want this to be known today. And I'm going to stand strong on that. Prove me wrong that you guys ain't Canaanites. Prove me wrong that you guys ain't Edomites. I'm going to show you guys how thoroughly identified you are now, because I've said it before. Spiritually speaking, as a nation, you'll be act again. You'll do the same thing again and again. And there's a way of your nature that will expose who you are. And the steps of his strength shall be straightened, and his own counsel shall cast him down. The guy just said that he's just, I don't understand why he couldn't just do with Biden and just roll with it. But now, bro, this guy's just causing chaos. Why? Because light has turned into darkness. That man is stupid. His dad gave him $400 million. He should have been a billion. Dude, the guy's not as rich as y'all think. Why do you think he's selling Bibles and sneakers and shit? Now he's selling coins now. That's what you call a sales guy. He would be a telemarketer at any office, man, selling a bunch of socks and shit if he could. For he is, verse 8, for he is cast into a net by his own feet. You see, their own stupidity. It's exposing themselves. We're seeing exactly what's going on. Oh, I'm going to tariff you. Okay. I'm going to tariff you. I'm going to go after Greenland. Like, really? Now you got the Dutch getting ready for war. And he'll walk upon a snare. The jinn shall take him by the heel. The jinn, you see, the drunkenness, the stupid mentality, just the absurdness of the arrogance, you know what I'm saying? Just like, you know how a drunk acts, man. The jinn shall take him by his heel, and the robber shall prevail against him. The snare is laid for him in the ground, and a trap for him in the way. I don't know how much more blunt this can be. And a lot of you Christians always want to go to the New Testament because you don't want to touch the Old, because it hurts your feelings. So let me remind you what's going to happen to you Edomites, you WASP, you Caucasoid people. But remind you what's going to happen to you. Because it was you guys that came from afar, from the end of the earth, as quick as an eagle flieth. A nation which we would not understand. A fear with fierce countenance. For out of the north, Jeremiah 53, for out of the north there cometh up a nation against her. Now this is against this whore here. Which shall make her desolate. And none shall dwell therein. They shall remove. They shall depart. Both man and beast. Listen to what is actually saying here. Another nation from the north. We're hearing some typical talks of war from some people in the north. Europe's in the north, so to speak. Russia's in the north. For out of the north there'll come up a nation against her, which shall make her land desolate, and none shall dwell therein. They shall remove, they shall depart, and both man and beast. In those days and in that time, saith the Lord, the children of Israel shall come, they and the children of Judah together, going and weeping. They shall go and seek their God, the Lord their God. So in this particular case, we're talking about what? The judgment unto the whore. The punishment unto the whore. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. So before I show you some videos here, let's go to Isaiah 46 and 10. Isaiah 46 and 10 says, declaring the end from the beginning, from the ancient times, the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasures. So here is talking about how the prophecy from the beginning, from the ancient times, speak of the things that are not yet here, that will soon be done, because it was already written. Now, it also has a lot to do with us knowing who we are. Because before we know who we are, we got to know what we were. That's just a common sense thing. Before you go forward, you got to go back. You cannot skip. You can't skip a beat. You can't get around it. There's no way to do that. And I wouldn't suggest for y'all to do that. Let me show you some of these videos real quick, fam. I think it's important. Let me see if I don't have to. There it goes right here. So this goes to my message to my brothers and sisters here. Before I get fully into the class, I want to show you guys some history. I do have a message, and it's clear as day. You know what I mean? And oh man, I've always said this, man. I've always said this. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen a group of people doing it, but you know, you guys want it. You guys want us to be blunt? Okay, here we go.
¿Qué puta tanta rabia nos tiene el Donald Trump? Que anda diciendo que no, que el trabajo de los negros y que de los güeros. Aquí los quiero ver, hijos de su puta madre. Aquí trabajando en el puto sol a 100 grados, sensación térmica 115. Ellos no son güeros. Ellos no son negros. Los que están allá, hay como 10 personas trabajando fuera. No son prietos, no son güeros. No sé cuál es tanta su puta picazón de que nosotros le venimos a robar el trabajo. Nadie quiere estar trabajando. Y si hay güeros y negros trabajando en la construcción, ¿pero qué crees? Allá adentro, con ventiladores de trabajo. Ahí es donde están los güeros y los prietillos, con perdón de la palabra, no sé cómo decir para que no se me ofendan. Porque el blanco es blanco, el negro es negro. Y yo no trato de ofender a nadie, pero la realidad es que nosotros trabajamos todo el puto día en el sol, viejo. Vengan a Morovich o vean ahí a cómo está la temperatura para que se den cuenta. Están prietillos, pero no son negros. Que se quede callado el hijo de toda su puta madre. Él está preto, pero no es negro.
So I'm sharing you a series of these videos because as the whore is fallen, unity has to come. And the only way that we unite is through these unfortunate events. Because, I mean, I'm telling you right now, fam, like so-called Native Americans, you know, because a lot of them are denying our indigenous, people or indigenous roots to be considered, right? They are. You saw some of them come over here calling me a voice back. You know what I mean? It's like, y'all getting it too. And maybe that'll wake some of your asses up. Maybe that's what it will take. I don't know. But let's continue. Why are you coming over here? Stop, man. Let me see. Hold on a second. What is this?
In 1880.
Oh, hold on. That's not what I want to show. Why is it over here? All right, hold on. Let me see this. Let me move this out the way. Okay, let me get this one here out the way. There it goes here. All right, this is a message. Brother provided me this video, man. I thought it was good. Stop moving over here, man. I got the other window over here, bro. Stop. My bad, fam. All right, it's the message, family. Let's listen into it.
And this is what we're here for, to talk about independence. And I don't want to talk about no other kind of bullshit. You know, my grandfathers tell me that the Puerto Rican and the Chicano and all the peoples of the Western Hemisphere, we share the same ancestors, and we must remember that. And we do, and I believe that. And if we share the same ancestors, then we share their same beliefs. And their beliefs is independence and freedom. Let me tell you this. The four sacred colors are red for the east, yellow for the south, black for the west, and white for the north. It also represents the four colors of man: red, yellow, black, and white. Mix those four colors, and you get the color brown, the color of our Mother Earth, and the color of you all.
About a Mexican American or a Chicano, as I prefer, is that he is indigenous to the southwestern part of the United States. So you see, I emphasize that simply because I hear so much the theory that the Mexican Americans will eventually evolve in the way that the Irish or the Germans or other immigrants evolved and will become Americans. I don't agree with that, simply because the Mexican American or the Chicano is not an immigrant to this part of the country. We've always been here. And so it's foolish to think that eventually we will melt into that mythical melting pot, which is a myth. We never will. Mexico is too close. Our ties here are too great. We were here first, and we're just not going to melt. About a Mexican American or a Chicano, as I prefer, is that he is...
Sorry, Pam. I was going to put a video earlier, but I figured let me move it down because I don't want to have to show it right now. Give me a second. Let me put it here where you're at. I'll leave it here. I'll leave it over there. If I can get to it, I'll get to it. Hopefully. By the way, I am really, well, not really necessarily, but I'm going to try to move fast at this point so I can get through more videos that I want to show you guys. Because I do have a lot of material to show you. Material, scriptures, videos, and books. Y'all know how I do it. So let me, where am I at? Oh, okay, here we go. All right, so this is the last one right here. And again, this is about our people. About who we are, about our culture, cultura, traditions, our ways. This is what connects us. How we treat our families, how we raise our children, how we are as parents to our kids. There's a hell of a spiritual difference between the way us indigenous people raise our children and other nations raise their children. I'm happy to tell you, man, my family, we're close, we're tight. I'm blessed with that. It's amazing, family. But again, out of a good tree comes forth good fruit. Out of a wicked tree comes forth wicked fruit. And we're seeing how wicked their fruit is. Check this out. Let's go.
Unos padres en Estados Unidos fueron a un juez a denunciar a un hijo que no se quería salir de la casa y ya tenía 30 años. Papá y mamá a denunciarlo. Y el juez les da la razón y para afuera. ¿Ustedes creen que en México hacemos eso? Con todo respeto lo digo. Lo mismo con nuestros adultos mayores. Aquí no hay el número de asilos que hay en Estados Unidos, que hay en Europa. Aquí tenemos a nuestros papás, nuestros abuelos, los cuidamos. de allá al asilo, y una vez al año los van a ver.
And those are facts, man. Those are freaking facts. Because I mean, at my age, you know what I mean? There's a lot of brothers of mine, you know? I'm like, my mom's coming with me. I already made it clear, man. Since I was little, I told her, Mom, I'm gonna get you a house and you're gonna be with me and I'm gonna take care of you when you get old. And I already told my wife, man, I don't want no other way. Because that's the way we are. And again, why is this important? Because as the whore is fallen, we need to not fall with her. And all of the dirtiness that came with that. You know, the ones that show up and post stuff, make comments and say all kinds of dumb shit and don't even know what they're talking about. You know, like those random people. That's what I'm saying. So, again, let me not forget, declaring the end from the beginning, Isaiah 46:10, all you brothers and indigenous people that appreciate the material I bring, but maybe not like the Bible, there is a purpose why I bring this out. Because in this book, we see some of our history in there, if not all of it. Not all of it, obviously not, you know. But there's a lot of our cultura, our diet, our clothing, our folklore, our music, our instruments, our when I said diet, but like our food's in there. You know, amazingly or not, masa's in there. Unleavened bread. You know what I'm saying? Shit, man. We're the only nation of people that were known to eat grasshoppers. What else? What other nation do you know of? No other nation does that. I can go further on and on and on. So before you put this down, just for a moment, listen. It may just help you just a little bit. Isaiah 46:10, declaring the end from the beginning and from the ancient times, the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand and I will do all my pleasures. So this right here that is occurring, it is because it's supposed to be done. Like some of you guys, or a lot of us, let's say for myself, I say the Most High or Yahoo, right? Some of y'all call him the Great Spirit or God. There is a reason why. Punishment, man. When you do something bad, your dad, your mom's going to punish you. What do you think they're going to do? Correction is key. If we don't have correction, then what's going to happen? This is what's going to happen because this is what's happening to us right now. Check this out. Check this out. So man. Let it speak. And then I'm going to read you something that I found very interesting. For the sake of coverage and making sure that we, let them know, kind of like the topic of the word, the real meaning of mayate. Well, I'm going to give you the real meaning of cracker and where it comes from and how it was a term of endearment, like Florida crackers. Yeah, they call themselves that. So let's listen into how. I'm not being racist. I'm telling you, I'm going to read to you what they call.
History lesson. 97. Quick history lesson. 97% of the land in the United States was unoccupied when the white man arrived. Only 3% was occupied by the little people, the Native Americans that were.
Hey, he says little people with his little hand. Little people with his little hand. Big dude, he got little hands, bro. Got little hands. I know why you got little hands.
Here, very, very small amount of people. So we took the 97%.
Quick history lesson here. It was actually quite the opposite. We occupied 99% of the land here in the United States. So here's what I'm thinking. I think we need to call the ICE tip line and report all the white people who are criminals. All you rapists and drug dealers and murderers and pedophiles need to be deported back to Europe.
Okay, so yeah, we got Christmas Christians here, bro. Let them talk. Let them say their stupid shit. It doesn't matter, man. You know what I mean? They can't hide behind this stick no more, bro. They can't hide behind who they are anymore. You brought that damn Christianity bullshit to this land, and all you've done is rape, rob, pillage, and murder our people. That's all you've done. I mean, what? You're supposedly passing laws based on Christianity. You motherfuckers don't even keep any of the laws of the Bible. What are you talking about? Oh, we love God. Oh, yeah, where's Christmas in the Bible? Tell me where Christmas is in the Bible, and show me that the Bible says that Jesus was born in December 25th. And if you can show me, I'll keep it. You know, as a matter of fact, I'll end this channel if you can show me where in the Bible does it say that he was born on Christmas. You Florida crackers can't. By the way, let me read it before you get offended. Florida crackers were a colonial-era British-American pioneer settler in what is now a U.S. state of Florida. The term is also applied to their descendants.
Gotcha, bitch.
To the present day, and their subculture among the white Southerners. The first crackers arrived in 1763 after Spain traded Florida to Great Britain, following Britain's victory over France in the 7-Year War. Though much of traditional Florida cracker folk culture dates to the 19th century. So here it seems like the term cracker was in use during Elizabeth era to describe braggarts and blowhards. Yeah, so they say. Let's go a little bit further here. Cracker. Sometimes cracker or white cracker is a racial epithet directed towards white people. I appreciate that, because you want to know what it means to be an illegal alien? It's the same shit, because there's a connotation to it. Because you don't think illegal alien in a white guy or a black guy or an Asian guy. Fuck, you don't even think of an Arab guy. You think of a Mexican. That's why the epithet applies. When there's a connotation, a negative connotation to a term, a name, or a noun that can be applied to an individual. So in this case, it's no different. Wetbag is no different than calling somebody the N-word. It's no different. But since propaganda, America, white and black, have both embraced it and accepted it, made us feel like it's totally okay. Oh, but don't get it. Oh, don't. He's a racist when he calls us Negro grifters. Shut your asses up. Man, the nerve of y'all to be reporting me to TikTok, bro. I put a video up, bro. You had a bunch of Negro grifters, literally, because I asked, where is your diet if you claim to be the indigenous people of this land? And if you are the indigenous people of this land, how come the Christian compendium wasn't implemented among you people? Because that's the first thing that the Spaniards did to the original natives that were here. The only thing they could learn was Credo, Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Diez Mandamientos, and Rosario. And as far as I know, most of indigenous people, right, are familiar with those things because we were engraved with that. I don't see none of y'all going through that. No, are you eating any of the food that literally is from here? So I do that, and guess what happens? They get offended. They get offended. It's a joke, man. People that claim to want the truth, y'all don't want no truth, bro. You guys want emotions. You want somebody to tickle your shit. Although commonly a prerogative, it is also used in neutral context, particularly in reference to the native of Florida. Florida cracker. In term is probably a ancient noun, so to speak. The word cracker. So again, you know, some people may say, "Oh, this is offensive." No, you guys call that shit. That's what you guys called yourselves. Their descendants are. That's where the term comes from. Now I understand why people were calling you that shit from that time. So, anyways, I wanted to clear that up because we are going to get some of that today, and some of them already showed up today. Trying to come and make a point, posting something on our chat here, and then thinking that, I don't know, you know, all you gotta do is just repent and believe in Jesus, and you'll be saved. That's not all you have to do. You gotta do a lot more than that, because Jesus, the Meshiach, did not come to die for your sins. That's where you got it wrong. He did not come to die for your sins. Because if that was the case, he wouldn't tell you, sin no more. if that was the case, he would say, sin no more. He'd be like, nah, go ahead and sin, man. I'll be good. I got you. I'm going to die for you, bro. That's not what he did. But Christmas Christians want you to believe that because that's paganism. It goes back to, the Egyptian times. Let's go. Now, again, this right here gets real interesting because they ask him a question and listen to his demonish, like, what is that scripture? Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. You can just see the inner thoughts of a person when you listen to them enough. Let them speak. You'll start noticing certain things about how psychologically fucked up they are. Let's go.
If one of these naughty people, as you call them, has a child who's a U.S. citizen and they're their main guardian, I mean, what should happen to the child?
Well, there's foster care. There's a lot of things that have to be worked out in detail. The devil's going to be in the detail. Certainly when you have probably in an order of 20 million illegal immigrants, how far are we going to take it? I would imagine it's going to be a pyramid. We'll go after the criminals, the hardened drug dealers, et cetera, first, and then see where we are.
What should we do if one of these naughty people, as you call them, has a child who's a U.S. citizen and they're their main guardian? I mean, what should happen to the child?
Well, there's foster care. There's a lot of things that have to be worked out in detail. The devil's going to be in the detail.
The devil is in the detail. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? The devil is in the detail. They're asking him, so what are you saying? He didn't even answer the question. So meaning, well, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Basically, they don't give a shit about our people suffering, fam. These are the same Christians that went to your churches. The same people that went to your churches and said and went in there and claimed to, love Jesus. Jesus loves everybody, brother. They haven't showed us any love, have they? Because guess what? These are the same people that go to your churches, man. They're about to get paid.
My name is Martin Alvarado. I'm a bounty hunter by trade. I've been introduced by my agency. I'm from Seattle. Tacoma called me and told me that as the waves go through, this is the first wave. The second and third is when they're going to hire us. The ICE is going to hire us bounty hunters, and they're going to be giving $1,500 to $1,000 per legal. How are you going to stop us from coming through? Because we don't have to worry about warrants. We don't really have to follow too many of the laws. And if we're going to be deputized by ICE, we can pretty much do anything we want. They're already going over there and creating the squads as we speak now. That's why they called me. So as soon as I get back with my squad in Tacoma, we will be coming down the state. $1,000 per illegal is a pretty good price. Just to do things that you kind of enjoy. How or what you guys are going to do to stop that? Are you going to pay us more? Are you going to pay us $2,000 to just leave them alone?
I think you should be making those kind of comments and really create panic right now.
I'm not creating panic. I'm trying to give you guys informed of what's going on.
You're comparing numbers right now. You shouldn't be doing that.
Well, I'm just stating a fact of what are you guys going to do to stop us from doing our job.
Maybe you shouldn't be doing that job at all.
Why? What part of illegal don't you understand?
Can't put a price on.
You can put a price on every human being. Every human is worth a dollar amount.
It's not right.
Well, that's not right. That's your problem. If you don't.
All right, sir. We're going to have to ask you to stop. And around here we don't refer to people as illegals.
I'm not going to
they're human beings
because it bothers you guys. But your sensitivity is not our problem.
Well, it is my problem.
Is a problem.
You know what? It is my problem.
Stating to beware because.
Well, it's time for you to be quiet.
Us.
It's time for you to be quiet. It's time for you to be quiet and leave.
Why? Because I'm telling you the truth?
Because you don't even have the cojones to wear take off the mask, bro. That's why. Then there you go. You got some? Now get out of here. Take them with you. Goodbye.
Oh, see me again.
Okay, yeah.
Think it's.
Can't wait for that day. Forgive me.
So you heard it from their horse's mouth. They're supposedly going to be hiring bounty hunters now. I don't really understand what the hell that dumbass did anyways. He's like, wait, you know, what are you going to do to those people that enjoy it? See, this is the deception about Edom, man. Edom will come in with a friendly face like, hey, hi, how you doing? And they'll backstab you in your ass. Seriously, that's how you guys are. That's Edom. What do you mean to tell you? Nothing has ever come good out of it. Since you came to this land, all we experience is this shit here. I think after a while, we would be insane to assume that something may change, because that's insanity. Doing the same thing over, expecting different results. We've been dealing with y'all for forever now, expecting different results, and they're not here. So it's time for our gente to start saying, F the rest of you guys. We're coming together now. And we're not going to depend on this BS no more. You want to come with threats? Come with threats. But make sure you come with receipts. Let's go.
It's controversial ICE immigration arrests. The U.S. border czar calling the operation a success. Some Chicago officials say they're not so sure. Here's political reporter Paris Schutz.
After joining in yesterday's immigration arrests with ICE and other federal agents, the proceedings were recorded live by Trump-supporting media personality Dr. Phil. City Council Public Safety Committee Chair, 2nd Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins says he was unimpressed.
We should have standard procedures and well-thought policies in place to do it. It shouldn't be done as a publicity stunt with Dr. Phil following you around. That is not the way to do it. So it looked like the federal government, at least yesterday, they were trying to do the right thing, but they did it the wrong way, and they did it for the wrong reasons.
In all, ICE reports 956 arrests nationwide, with 554 detainers lodged to local officials.
I wanted to show you Dr. Phil. Do you guys know that I showed it in an old video regarding Justice 8? The young man, before that whole situation happened, one of the first events that he was kind of more exposed to was when he went to Dr. Phil's. Perpetually. Give you something real quick. So, this is what I want to look for. Let me show you something, fam. Now, a lot of us are going to, unfortunately, experience some bad things here. Not necessarily us, but people that we know of, families, right? We know of families that they're going to experience some things. Now, it says here, I'll do it for money. Now, I've mentioned this to you guys before. GO Corporation are the owners of several private institutions or detention centers. Why is that important to know? Well, I'll give you an example of this. G4S Solutions, Secure Solutions, right? American British-based security service company, a subsidiary of G4S PIC, the Waken Hunt Corporation. Its relationship with the U.S. government, right? FBI, alleged ties with CIA, mass surveillance of U.S. citizens in Cold Era. Well, you know what? In case you guys don't know, this goes for everybody, whether you're black, white, brown, I don't give a shit if you're listening. The point being is they're using stingrays on so-called illegal people, right? Stingray is an actual, just look it up. They're using stingray on everybody. They're infiltrating your private data. Did you not know that? Yes, they have. And since they've done it to our gente that have supposedly no rights, you think they're not doing it to you guys? That's how stupid you people are. You're laughing from a distance like, look what he's getting. Wait till it comes to you. Because it's coming to your doorstep real soon. It's all about the money, man. It's all about the money.
Look no further than the price tag of this bill, $83 billion.
They know that it can't be paid for. They know that the capacity is not there. And you know what will be there? Private prison companies are going to get flooded with money, who give this money, no doubt. I want folks at home to look. Look at what members of Congress are invested in private prison companies who receive this kind of money, and look at the votes on this bill. It is atrocious that people are lining their pockets with private prison profits in the name of a horrific tragedy and the victim of a crime. It is shameful. It is absolutely shameful. Look no further.
Find the lowest
than the
priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com.
America is for Americans and Americans only.
What I'm about to tell you should piss you off, but probably
are lining their pockets with private prison profits in the name of a horrific tragedy and the victim of a crime. And Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with this. In a few months, there are members of Congress who voted for this bill who are going to pretend they didn't know about all the bad things that are going to happen because of it. So when a private prison camp opens in your town, when a dreamer...
Time has expired. I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
So when a private prison camp opens in your town and they say, we didn't know this was going to happen, know that they did, and they voted for it. When a dreamer is disappeared from your classroom, when the President of the United States destroys what is left of the Constitution, as he's announced in this attack on birthright citizenship, they will all say, we didn't know this was coming. And I want the American people to know that. Look no further.
Check this out, fam. This is crazy. Check this out. This is a open secret. So a for-profit prison summary. Here, let me do it like this. Check this out. For-profit prison summaries. Since President Richard Nixon declared the national war on drugs in 1970, the American prison population has skyrocketed. The same is true of the number of people locked up in private prisons. Just like they're doing it to our people, they're going to do it to you guys. And it's going to be hurtful to you more because you can't handle it. You're just collateral damage. Over their history, private prisons have been controversial for several reasons, including in some areas their treatment of incarcerated individuals. We know of several of our brothers and sisters who've committed suicide because you motherfuckers have starved them. Woke them up at 3 a.m. to shower in cold water. You don't let them sleep. You have children in cages. One blames the other. Supposedly, some of you guys, Biden, deported and Trump deported. Well, Obama did too. Matter of fact, the border dude worked for Obama. How come nobody said shit? Why? Because he was black, right? No, he deported a lot more people so far than anybody so far. Yeah, right. Let's remember where the whole point is here. Imprisonment breaks a lot of money, man. If you didn't know that, you should know by now. Yes, it's the perpetual hatred, but at the same time, they want to make money from the hatred. Money for profit prisons. Who is getting money for profit? Well, here we go. Henry Cuellar, Democrat, Texas, $210,000. Blackburn, Marshall, John Kerberson, Hall Rogers, $88,000, $89,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, this is money given to, whether it's through their, candidacy or whatever they may be. But this is for-profit prison recipients. That's why she said that a lot of these people have shares. Shares. These are all the people that voted for that damn Lincoln, whatever, act. Why do you think they voted for that? You think they really cared about that little person? Because if they really cared about people, they wouldn't pass the laws that they actually have right now in place. You guys don't give a damn. You just care about the money, man. And obviously the hatefulness in you. And we see here the lobbying from way back in 1998. In 2005, we saw a matter of fact, 2004-5, we saw a growth. Look at this right here, fam. Lobbyist. Who is lobbying? What organizations pay? 1.3 million, million. GEO Group, the group I told you about, the private organizations, right? They have lobbyists to help these particular, electors to pass laws so they can vote for their benefit. That's why Trump signed that 2 days ago. Yeah, Lincoln Riley, oh my God, yeah, fuck those illegals. I mean, let's be realistic here, family. If you look at science, if you look at FBI statistics and cases of murder, serial killers, and pedophiles, that's all white men. Pedophiles are typically white men. You guys like kids. And that's in your nature because it's Greco-Roman shit. But again, that's scientifically proven. Psychologically it's been told that once y'all turn 40, man, you become Jeffrey Dahmers and shit. You don't got to lie to kick it, bro. You don't have to lie to kick it, bro. Look at one more article here. Corruption in plain sight. Corruption in plain sight. Let me read this a little bit. Get off. It says here, it's corruption in plain sight, right? OCA warns Laken Riley Act, a boom to private prison industries. We just saw who gives the most through lobbyists funds to the people I just showed you. Those so-called candidates. These guys right here. That's why she was saying she can't believe that you guys would actually vote for that. And that went for both sides. This is why it's important, family, to understand that politically speaking, this shit would never favor our people. At the end of the day, it's a black and white thing. Chicken wings. Go ahead and keep your made up little country. Go ahead and keep it. Y'all came both together, man. You guys are going to get both destroyed together. And I'm glad for that. It says it's corruption in plain sight. That's how U.S. Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez describes her congressional colleagues to support Republican authorized legislations that immigrant rights advocates warns in a right-wing power grab under the guise of public safety. The Lincoln Riley Act, named after a young woman murdered last year by a Venezuelan man who, according to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, entered the United States illegally. Well, it's the same shit that happened up there. A legal immigrant who is German, he shot a cop. And what the fuck is that about? No, you call him a German citizen. Why? Because he's white. That shit is as racist as it can get. Like, I'm not sure why our people are like literally falling asleep on this shit. It's over. It's time to wake the F up, man. Stop trying to say so, I'm not one. No. Let me continue, man, before I lose my mind. It says here, let's see, and was passed by a vote of 263 compared to 156 in the House of Representatives on Wednesday afternoon. 46 Democrats and every Republican present voted yes. 46 Democrats. If I would go through this, I bet you I can count all 40. You see, family? Vote Republican. Vote Democrat. It'll work out best for you. No. Dumbasses. They don't give a shit about you. Benny Thompson, the Democrat, voted to get our people out of here and put them in private prisons that can turn into perpetual slavery. Then it says here, Senate lawmakers passed a bill on Monday with 12 Democrats joining 52 Republicans in voting for the measure, which, among other things, expanded mandatory federal detentions of undocumented immigrants who are accused of even a relatively minor crime, held without regard. They could keep, you don't know, they could keep you. It's private. You would not know, no one would know where you're at. Do you understand what that means? No one can know where you're at. So for all you silly, dumbass Christmas Christians that want to come over here and to this channel and want to post your stupid comments about some stupid belief that you have, just don't even waste your time. Don't waste your time. You just look silly, because these are the people that are Christmas Christians. These are evangelicals. They go to church every Sunday, like you. Why don't you, like, going over there to them and saying, hey, come on, why don't you know you want to come to certain channels? Instead of going to the right wingers and saying, yo, man, da-da-da-da. Nah, because you know what? You thrive on the fact that you are above, not below. That's your fucking fear, Edom. I don't care how sugarcoating you want to put it with your little Bible bullshit about, oh, white Jesus, everybody loves everybody, John 3:16, and all you got to do is repent. No, we're done with that. We're done with the bullshit. You came with bullshit. We're done with your bullshit. We smell it a mile away because it's right in our face now. That says the private prison behemoth is first corporation to max out to Trump. GEO, we saw this. The private prison behemoth GEO Group became the first corporation whose PAC maxed out to former President Donald Trump campaign in February. According to the crew analysis of the campaign finance records, the same month, the company used a subsidiary to give an additional $500,000 to a Trump super PAC. Do you see why it was so important for them to fund Trump? And why Trump said, sure, I'll do it. Like I said, white America, you got yourself a Mexican government, not the one that is today, the one that we had before, when I was there. You guys have that now. Oh my God, and it's gonna be so good, and how shit's gonna fall on your face now. You're gonna feel it, like you're gonna feel the squeeze. Bro, you ain't even gonna have enough to buy your underwears. You're gonna have to, matter of fact, you're probably gonna have to use the same underwear where it's gonna shred. Better start learning how to use, what do you call them? Leaves from trees and shit. Because this is really it. Right here. You guys got yourselves a corrupt government because all they care about is money. And at the pleasure of other people's pain. Trump and Scott are not outliners in GEO Group political giving. Since the January 6th insurrection, GEO Group's PAC has donated to more than 32 members of the Sedition Caucus, the 147 members of Congress who voted against certifying 2020 election, and later, the 22 new members who won in 2022 midterms, promoting the big lie that the election was stolen. In all, the company's PAC has given more than $266,000 to these members and the two parties committed that support them in the NRSC. You see what I'm saying? GEO. It's a very, very, very interesting thing as we get deeper into this hole. Now, I'm going somewhere, family. Don't think I'm not. I'm going somewhere. Private prison firm contributed more than $1 million to Trump. Now, you know why? They don't just give money away, fam. It's an investment. These guys look at us as cattle. We are an investment. No more, no less. You believe in that? Go after yourself with that. I'm not part of that shit. I'm about my gente, man. If we got to go back to the original way, so be it, because we're ready for it. If there's any group out there that could get it together without any, if there was a group, let's say everything fell apart and there was only one group that could work together and go back itself, it would be our people. I know it for a fact. Let me slow down a little bit, man. I went for a little while. Whoa. Let me see if I can go back. Let me see what's up. Let's see where I go. Let's see. Let me see where I can start. Let's see. Okay, I'll start here. Oh, China is now seeing America for, they're seeing it for what it is. Yep. And they're just kind of like, we'll just let you fall apart. Just let you fall apart. Bible says it's okay to drink. Yeah, it's okay to drink. I don't know why somebody would say it's not. When I meant earlier, I said alcoholism, but that's not good. That's not okay. So it says you have a little bit. It's cool. Yeah, if you're not modest with anything, bro, then you shouldn't eat it. You know what I mean? If you just don't know how to, then you probably shouldn't. Exodus 1:10, get them out lest they join our enemies. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's true. Well, you know what I mean? That's true. That's exactly what's going on in a sense, bro. It's actually what's going on in a sense, because guess what? There's too many of us now, right? Exodus 1:10, come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemy and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. Why? What are they doing? Get these Mexicans out of this land. It says here, lest they multiply, become more greater than them, which we have. Well, now what? And they're not having no babies. They're not. First of all, because of all their little, Greco-Roman stuff they like to do, and the fact that you just don't multiply. That's it. It's in the Bible. Oh well, I'm glad it's happening, because you have to be terminated. That's the only way this Bible says that it's going to be cleansed. You must be cleansed. Scriptures say it clearly. I'm going to show you before you get offended or you want to run to your White Jesus Bible. We don't run to that no more. We know who the liars are. The liars came in 1492, and they're still here. So the only way we get this through is by separation and coming together as a nation, working together as a nation. You might not see eye to eye with everything, fam, but I think I know it's time that we work together now, some way, shape, or form. And I already did the first move, fam. I'll show you a little video. Maybe it'll make sense. Let's go.
Most violent country in the world in the 19th century, by far, was perhaps the most democratic or second most democratic, and that was Britain. You can be democratic at home and ruthlessly imperial abroad. The most violent country in the world since 1950 has been the United States. It's been by far involved
Jeffrey,
in more,
stop
wait,
now.
In more
Let's
wars.
Jeffrey, Jeffrey, I'm your moderator, and it's enough.
Okay, I'm done.
Jeffrey, you're saying too much truth. Saying too much truth. That was funny to me. I thought that was actually funny. That's what I wanted to show you guys. So let me give you this real quick here. Revelation 18:23. I'm going to give you guys something to think about. 18:23. It says here. Was it this one? I'll know what I'll use. I know what I can use. Hold on. Is this where? Blue letter. Revelation 18:23. Let me read this to you, all right? It says, Revelation 18:23, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by their sorceries were all nations deceived. Sorceries. So we've heard this before. We read this, I think. But sorceries also means this right here.
Strong's G 5331. Pharmakia.
Pharmakia, right? So pharmakia is more like medicine, all right? You see what I'm saying? Medicine, right? Okay. So now, in case you don't know, pharmacy, pharmacist, you know what I mean? All of this is a root word of something. Well, why am I bringing medicine? Because it's chemicals, poisons, solutions, concoctions. This is one example of it.
Hold on.
I'm going to show you a little bit of it because I have more of this to show you. I'm not going to show you the whole video, by the way. I'm just going to show you a little bit of it.
Hold on. Before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connecting, the one platform.
For a second. Let's listen to it real quick. I'm going to
Everything we know about Carmelita Torres is from a few newspaper accounts in 1917. They called her an auburn-haired Amazon, just 17 years old. She led angry women in anti-American rioting and shut down the US-Mexico border. But hidden within her story is something much bigger than a single riot. It's a story about American paranoia at the border, about a toxic campaign of disinfection and discrimination, and a US practice that would go on to inspire Nazi scientists.
That right there. That is the one I wanted to make clear to you. Why do that have to do with us here in 1917? Some of you guys have no clue. The brother said, La batalla never ended. You're right, bro. You're freaking right. It has never stopped since 1492. The batalla is still here. We have not stopped a revolution since the beginning, or revolutionizing, because that's what it takes. Right here. Why does this matter? Pharmakia, this nation, would have this type of authority and power and access to this type of knowledge. It wouldn't just be like, falling from the sky. They get it from somewhere. I found this article here from the Jazzy Terrell, Resistance, Forced Fumigation, and Gasoline Baths at the Texas-Mexico border. Okay? Again, I'm not going to read all of this because I'm going to show you a few more materials. But let's put this together. Because remember I told you Nazis in America. We didn't forget. But why did I say that? Because they've been here. You guys think they haven't, man? They've been here. Way before. They've been saluting. They've been putting their chests up, man. They called it the Bellamy salute in 1870 or 1890. When the Pledge of Allegiance was first written, they needed to have something to go with it. And their thing was, boom, their standout. Yeah, why? Because they're Romans. They're Grepos. That's who they are. They're Edomites, man. They're Caucasians, bro. That's what they are. The Caucasus Mountains. Caucasus Mountains. Let's not be ignorant. And, I find it so funny. You guys are so interested in who we are or other nations, but you don't seem to find out who the F you are. No, you want to tell us that you're Neanderthals? No, I don't believe that. I know. And please don't make it assume that you're a Neanderthal because supposedly Edom was hairy and shit. Don't. It's your wicked, evil spirit. And the fact that everything in the Bible says how you're going to be. And you're being very clear of that right now. It says, Carmelita Torres in 1917 was a young lady from Juarez who crossed the border every day to clean American homes. And during that time, in 1917, the U.S. Customs official and public health officials would force Mexican border crossers. You see this? Border crossers. You guys remember hearing that? To undergo a very humiliating process of fumigation and delousing. This is in 1917. Our sister going to clean these Florida crackers' homes. By the way, I showed you guys an article earlier. It's not a racist terminology. They call themselves that as an endearment. It says they would force them to take baths, and there was this young woman that's considered the Rosa Parks of the border. No, that she is that. This lady right here stole that shit, man. We already know the history. They had picked another black woman. She got pregnant, so they're like, okay, well, that ain't gonna work. So let's pick this one right here. Come on, man. Stop lying. You guys have a fake history too, by the way. But now I don't got time for you right now. I'm gonna go into this Edomite here. Of the border that arms a protest against this. There were about 2,000 women that just absolutely refused to go through this very humiliating process of delousing. This was a policy on the border. See, this was a policy on the border, meaning at that time, the government that was there, here, I need to switch my camera. At that time, the government that was there approved it. Well, who was running the show? We know that at this time, there was already black folks in government. So you guys agreed with it too. And we know you did because you got a lot of Tariq Nasheeds in there still to this day. Those are facts. You never change who you are. You will always be the same nation. It's just a matter of time of us to figure it out. Give me a second. Let me try to see if I can fix this. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. It says this was a policy on the border that continued for many, many decades into the late 30s and 50s with the Bracero program. Because of this anti-immigrant scare that is today very relevant. Relevant. This kind of disease and dirt that was crossing over the border, from the border, was brought about by El Paso Mayor Tom Lee Sr. And he was one who pushed the U.S. surgeon to create quarantine camps. That right there.
Gotcha, bitch.
That right there. That right there. Let me see this. Okay, because I keep saying James. Let me see what do you got to say, James? What ignorance do you got? All humanity is from the 8 brothers and sisters, and they are descended from Noah. And I didn't connect it. Now, shut up. That's not true. Yeah, we're connected, but that's where it stops. That's it. Done, over with. Tell me about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. What are you going to say about Abraham, James? What do you know about Abraham? The only reason why you believe is because your dumb Christian doctrine made you believe that Abraham came to save your ass. And no, that's not the way it works. Paul brought up Abraham several times for a reason. And if you don't know the actual story about Abraham, you're not ever going to know what the hell the Bible is saying. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. You have no idea about Abraham. You don't know his history. You don't know why or how. And matter of fact, you don't even know if he's circumcised or not, I bet you. Because if you believe that you're a so-called Christian, and you believe that Jesus is going to save you, then you must do what Abraham did. And none of you guys do. So before you go on here and post it, listen, your Christmas doctrine is over. We're done. Finito. That shit is not in our face no more. Because we see that you Christmas Christians are the same ones passing these fucking laws. How can we even justify to give you, man, I got no love for you no more, bro. I got just anger now. You don't think I hate seeing my people going through what they fucking go through? You think I don't care about that shit? You think I got time for you stupid comments, James? But don't listen to your dumbass Christmas Christian doctrine. By the way, a lot of us already went through this crap. I was raised Catholic, man. I was a fucking altar boy, dude. They made me study this book. We all been through the Christianity process, and everything has been a effing lie. Everything. Nothing more, nothing less. You guys don't know the Bible. You've lied about it. You don't represent it. You don't even keep any of it. In some way, shape, or form, you're against LGBTQ. Well, how are you telling LGBTQ not to be LGBTQ? That means that they're breaking a commandment. That means they're sinning. Oh, so the laws are not done away with. Because the laws are the ones that determine whether you are sinning or not. But you see, James, you Christmas Christians don't give a shit about that. You're like the scriptures say. Who are you to declare my statutes, considering you toss them in the back of your hand? Because I like this one, I don't like that one. I like this one, I don't like that one. That's who you guys are. So at this point, I got no compassion, no love for y'all no more. Nothing whatsoever. See, look, so then he goes and turns and I was also an altar boy, but you're, he said, I'm an antichrist. You're listen, no, white Jesus is the damn Antichrist himself. Why Jesus is a fake demon, bro. I don't know why James, listen, your Jesus who you worship, right, that you think it's God, he's not even God. And he's not even the Jesus that you think he is. And he didn't come and help you at all. He ain't here for you. And you're going to find out that he ain't here for you. And that's just what squashes your face. We're not here for that no more, bro. No anti-Christmas cool bullshit. I don't care. You're anti-Christ. Yeah, whatever. You know what? If that was the case, let the Most High strike me to death right now. If I am the Antichrist, let him strike me to death right now, because that's the last thing I want to do. And I'll tell you this right now, gents, it ain't going to happen. If anything, you're going down first. For sure, you're going down. For everything that I keep reading, what are you saying? You are not even discussing any of the stuff I'm bringing up. You just keep posting dumbass Christian comments. Let's just ignore what this guy's reading. So let's continue. In 1917, bath riots were a result of a U.S. border and health authorities having utilized virulent and toxic chemicals. These are your same Christmas Christians, James. These guys go to church. They probably had lunch and dinner and breakfast with your grandma and grandpa and shit. These are the people that you actually were raised from, who believe in your white Jesus. And that demon ain't real, so I don't care about him. He's a demon. I don't give a shit about him. And toxic chemicals in efforts to prevent disease from coming over from the border of Juarez to El Paso. Two cities split by the Rio Grande River. Starting in 1917, those El Paso and Juarez citizens could no longer freely cross back and forth between the two countries, as WW1 steered deep feelings of paranoia and anti-foreign patriotism in the U.S., which led to the immigration law of 1917. You see that? Which required that immigrants at all points of entry have a passport, take a literacy test, and pay $8 and $8 head tax. Whew. Wow. Buildings expanding. David, let me see what else we got. Okay, here it goes. Here. It says here, the research aims to assess factors leading up to 1917 bath riots and subsequent actions taken both by U.S. health and immigration officials, as well as assessing the disappearance of Carmita Torres from the historical records after having instigated the bath riots, which were aimed at ending humiliating and degradations at the border. Humiliation and degradation at the border. What exactly am I getting here? These fumigation baths. That's what I'm getting to. Inspection at the Mexican border involved a degrading procedure of bathing, delousing, a medical line inspection, and interrogation. So like you pass the border, you got to go through all of that. They don't just ask you for your permit or your passport or like, what's your citizenship status? She also noted that the forced baths were a new and unique to Mexican immigrants, requiring them to be inspected while naked, while their hair shorn, and have their clothing and bag fumigated. The process of decontamination stemmed from a belief that Mexicans crossing the border were unclean. Now, the unclean ones, like the scums of the earth, are these guys right here. These guys right here are the scums of the earth. People like James. They're the unclean ones. Believing in paganism. You believe that Jesus, God, and the Trinity is the same. You celebrate Christmas in December 25th. Come on, that's straight paganism. That's Babylonian, bro. You worship a tree. Here, I'll give you some help, James, because apparently you're a little lost in the channel. You don't know where you're at. So let me read to you what you celebrate and the Bible says not to do, okay? So maybe this, now you can then go home and suck your thumb. It says here, Jeremiah 10:2, thus say the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, like James, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heavens are dismayed at them. For the custom of the people are vain, like James, for one cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hand of the workman with the axe. They deck it with silver and with gold. So here we see that the custom of the people is pointless. They go and cut the tree out of a forest in December, the work of the hands workmen with an axe, meaning they cut the tree out of the forest with an axe. Then they bring it home and deck it with silver and with gold. We all know the song, silver and gold, silver and gold. They fasten it with nails. So back in the day, in case you guys don't remember, because I do, in the 80s, my dad would bring one of them trees and he'd grab the two 4x4s and just nail them together so the tree could stand. Now they use different things, but it's the same concept. They fasten it with nails and hammers that it move not. They are upright as a palm tree, but speak not. So this is it. They deck it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails. What? A tree out of the forest, and they cut it with an axe. And see, this is how you know we're wrong. That's not his name. Yeshua, Shua is a female name. Shua is a female name. So you're worshiping a female. You see how dumb this is, family? This guy is worshiping a female. And it literally tells you, don't worship this demon. But you're worshiping a demon on Christmas, wishing that he brings you gifts, thinking that he's going to save your Edomite ass. He's not. You're not repenting because you don't even keep one commandment. Your ass is still eating pork. Can't even do that. Let alone, as a matter of fact, you guys don't even keep Passover. You don't keep the new moon. You don't celebrate the seventh day. Deuteronomy 16:16. You guys don't do any of that. But you do Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, which is not new, Valentine's Day, which is Roman, Egg Day, Easter, which is Babylonian, and then 4th of July, which is Babylonian again. Self-absorbed, egotistical nation of people expecting to have different results. You're not ever going to have different results. This is who you guys are. Let me go back. The process of decontamination stemmed from the belief that Mexicans crossing the border were unclean. Fed up with the shame and mortification in 1917 after traveling cross the border into the U.S. For work. Carmelita Torres rallied few fellow women in a trolley headed towards the border to resist the process. I'll tell you what's that? They called her auburn-haired Amazon woman. And Torres had been said to have led a feminine outbreak. The point being is this, fam. This right here. We're going to look into this. In 1917, border policy became more extreme in its approach. Not only did the Spanish flu hit the U.S. hard, but new chemicals were also used, such as Zyklon B and DDT, which aimed to disinfect migrant workers coming to work in agriculture jobs following the creation of the Bracero program in 1942. But we know that they were fumigating our people with this since that time, since 1917. They continued after, even while the war was going in Germany. Not only was the focus on migrants on the border misguided, as Romo had stated, that Spanish influenza originated in the U.S., the use of Zyklon B had inspired Nazi eugenics in Germany to employ the lethal and toxic chemical in concentration camps for many of the same reasons. And that is why I keep bringing this up. Pharmakia. Pharmakia, right? Let me see this quick. I didn't listen to it. What is this? Give me a second, fam. Oh, it doesn't play. Let me just read it. Mexico Unexplained. It says, the date was January 28, 1917, and the time was approximately 7:30 in the morning. It was a typical day for Carmelita Torres. This is what all started. Right here. Right? We got fed up, and we're at that same point again. Is this the one I was trying to use? Let's see. Yeah, it is this one. So this right here, matter of fact, let me read it. What brought the young Mexican maid to that point was what was behind the undignified process of U.S.-Mexican border. The story begins with fears of typhus epidemic spreading into the U.S. from Mexico. That's why Donald Orangutan and his followers, you know what I'm saying? They say, we got to get rid of the disease. The disease. So they say. It says here, during the times of the Mexican Revolution in 1910, or the teens, which much unrest in Mexico, there's also came disease and rumors of disease. Typhus had spread in Mexico City to other parts of the country between 1915 and 1917. In the year 1916, over 20 cases of typhus was reported in El Paso with 3 deaths. So then Thomas Callaway Lee, the new mayor of El Paso at that time, promised to clean up the city and did not just mean getting rid of the ring of dirt and corrupt political led by Irish political boss Charles Kelly and his Mexican supporters on both sides of the border. Mayor Lee wanted to do something about the dirty, lousy, destitute Mexicans. Let's read what he said about us dirty, destitute Mexicans. He said, hey, get off. He said this. It's a telegram. El Paso, Texas, from Surgeon. It says here, hundreds dirty, lousy, destitute Mexicans are arriving in El Paso daily, will undoubtedly bring the spread of typhus unless a quarantine is placed at once. The city of El Paso, backed by medical boards and state, federal, and militia officials here feel that the government should put up a quarantine internment camps. Please investigate and advise me this is necessary to avoid typhus epidemic. So he makes an excuse, calls us lousy, destitute Mexicans. See what I'm saying? You're a chapulín, bro. That's what it is. You're a chapulín. You know what a chapulín is? You're a grasshopper. You're a grasshopper. That's what you are. Means you're an insect. So now let's read to Zyklon B, I'm sorry. Zyklon B was the trade name of a cyanide-based pesticide invented in Germany as early as 1920s. It consists of hydrogen cyanide, as well as a cautionary eye irritant, and one of several absorbents, such as diatomaceous earth. The product is notorious for its use by Nazi Germans during the Holocaust to murder approximately 1.1 million people in gas chambers installed at Auschwitz, Birkenau, whatever, internment camps. Okay. This here, family, you need to know that this Nazism wasp, supposedly illegal aliens, nah. It's just repetitive. Not new under the sun. But if you don't know your history, you won't know what's in front of you. You won't know what is coming. Nothing new under the sun. What has happened before will happen again. So now that we're aware of, hey, our people went through this 107 years ago? Not too long ago, fam. 1917. We're seeing it again. Hydrogen cyanide is a poisonous gas that interferes with cellular respiration. Cyanide poisoning prevents the cell from proceeding endonozymes triphosphates by binding to one. It's a lot of scientific terminology. You guys won't understand it. I probably wouldn't either. This protein, cytochrome or C oxidase, contains several subnuts and in these containing whatever. The cyanide opponents of the Zyklon B can bind at one of these iron groups, forming a more stabilized compound through the metal to ligand side bond. Basically, talking about how it connects to organs, I guess I should say, for lack of better understanding. Hydrogen cyanide, discovered in late 18th century, was used in 1880 for the fumigation of citrus trees in California. Who was working at? Our people. Its use spread to other countries for the fumigation of silos, goods, wagons, ships, and mills. The lightweight and rapid disposal mandate was and dispersal. Meant it was application had to take place under the tents and enclosed area. You see what I mean? So what are we talking about here? Why does Nazi have anything to do with us in 1917? How is it that we're getting fumigated in 1917? And then it's because of us that they went to implement that over there. Well, guess what, fam? There was Nazis here at that time. Marching and shit here, having conventions and all. Probably James' family was part of it. Who knows? Can't trust iron, man. Iron rusted. You guys are not trustworthy anymore. You lost any hope in us, that's for sure. In 1942, Nazis began using Zyklon B as a preferred killing tool in an extermination camp during the Holocaust. They used it to murder roughly, yeah, we read about that, right? But Zyklon B is basically como DDT. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it. Check this out.
Over 85% of the top 100 accounting firms choose Bill. Why?
Saw that the bread was gone, that he started to cry. I don't know if he cried because the bread was gone or because his son was dead.
In addition to the hunger, was the violence meted out by the guards. Anyone who transgressed the rules was punished with a whipping or was hanged in public, sometimes accompanied by the songs of the prisoners. But the most secret killings happened at the back end of the camp against the wall of death. It ran up against block number 10, the windows of which were shuttered tightly.
Here on top it says the evolution of a genocidal system. Not the evolution. Well, I guess you could say the evolution, but here's when we're talking about camps, internment camps, concentration camps. Watch this. I'm going to show you something.
Thousands of Poles were killed here. On the ground, a thick layer of sand absorbed the victims' blood. Beside it was another block, number 11, a hellhole greatly feared by the prisoners.
Not me directly, but indirectly, I have heard of brothers being in these particular places as employees and having to go through some very serious experiences personally within themselves because they actually experience people killing themselves. Our people suicide because they can't stand it anymore. A lot of times they would put them in isolation for God knows how long. Wouldn't feed them. Wouldn't provide none of it. No, nothing, man. I'm telling you, they've done it just like that, and it hasn't stopped. It has not stopped one time. But if you don't know your history, you're gonna believe Christmas Christians like James that show up, and you're right, James. You're so right, huh? Let me just forget about all of that. Yeah, forget about my people getting deported for no reason. Sure. Where's your papers, fucker? Huh? Where's your papers? When our indigenous brothers should have checked your papers, you didn't provide nothing, man. Anyways, let's say a short history of Zyklon B on the U.S.-Mexican border. Zyklon B was also used where? In Germany. Right. This is our people right here, fam. Right there. You see this embarrassment? And you don't think these people are like James walking around with their crosses claiming Moses and Jesus loves everybody. See? James, we don't want to hear your stories about Bible stuff, bro. You just keep talking. You don't even put a verse up now. And you're a chapulín? Damn. You're a lost cause. I hope you don't got no followers, man, because you're sure as hell sending them to hell. Zyklon B came to El Paso in 1920. And in 1929, for example, a U.S. Public Health Service officer, J.R. Hutley, ordered $25 worth of material hydrocyanic acid in pallet forms as a fumigation agent for use at El Paso delousing station, where Mexicans crossed the border from Juarez. Zyklon, developed by Duschweg, I guess, the German vermin combating corporation. You see, how is it that Germans invented this? The gringo over here is using it, and then somehow it goes back over there supposedly to implement it again. Now, you see, family, our people never knew about this history. You were the first testing babies. But they don't keep records of this because it doesn't concern them. That's why people like James is here. He don't give a shit about what I'm showing you. He keeps talking about some dumb story that he thinks he believes in. and hasn't said nothing important and of any matter whatsoever. Whatsoever. But you know what? I ain't here to save his dumb ass anyways, bro. I'm here for my people, and that's it. It says here, Strength E was required for the eradication of specifically resistant vermin, such as cockroaches, or for gassing in wooden barracks. The normal preparation D was used to exterminate lice, mice, or rats in large, well-built structures containing furniture. Human organisms in gas chambers were killed with Zyklon B. In 1929, keep in mind, this company divided the world market with an American corporation, Cyanamid, so Hurley presumably got his Zyklon B from the latter.
Are you?
River Seeds to a Revolution. You guys may want to consider this book. The Ringside Seat to the Revolution, an underground history of El Paso and Juarez between 1893 and 1923. Please get it. It says, as David Duarte Romo described it in his marvelous book, I guess, Zyklon B had become available in the USA in the early 1920s when the fear of an alien infection had been inflamed. An alien, you see how illegal alien infection, vermin, foreign disease. You see the connotation? And you see how some dumbass, wicked Edomite wants to come over here and try to pacify you, brothers and sisters. And, oh, I'm a chaplain, you know, God and commandments, and, you know, I like kids too and shit. Because you guys, you know, you do that in secret. You're Greco-Romans. You can't forget that. Stop trying to fight against LGBTQ, bro. That's who you guys are. I'd rather deal with that than to deal with some racist people like these guys over here. You know why? Because I can teach my kids to do good, and they don't have to fall for that. Because we know about spirituality. We understand that, so that can take over. I don't have to, I got to pass a law to tell them not to do that because, you know what I mean? Hey, listen, I'm in your society, but I can work with it. What I can't work with is wicked-ass people that can literally go into a store and shoot a bunch of our people because we look a certain way. That right there, I cannot protect my kids against. But I can protect them about weird people like them. Why? Because all it takes is good parenting, talk to your children, stay close, raise your family, don't forget about your parents, and love the Most High as much as you can. You stick to that and trust and believe, man. Your kids will not fall astray, especially now, if anything. If your kids are falling apart and you're losing your children, especially right now, bro, then the problem is you, not them. You need to get your act right again. So they're going to fall into this BS. Zyklon B had become available in the U.S. in the early 1920s when fears of alien infection had been inflamed by the allurums of the eugenicists. Most of them from the progressive end of the political spectrum. You see this right there? That's why. I didn't vote, I don't vote, and I don't get involved because I knew whether I lean left or right, none of them can care about our people. They just care about themselves. You see the checkerboard? Black and white. That's all it means. Sit back and relax. You're going to watch the show and enjoy it. Because when it comes hard, it's going to come hard to these imbeciles. The manual had its list of excludables from the U.S. of A ripe representation for the obsession of eugenicists, imbeciles, idiots, feeble-minded persons, persons of constitutional psychopathic inferiority, homosexuals, vagrants, physical defective, chronic alcoholics, polygamists, anarchists, persons afflicted with loathsome and dangerous contagious diseases, prostitutes, contract laborers, all alien over 16 who cannot read. In that same year, U.S. Public Health Service agents bathed and deloused 127,123 Mexicans at the Santa Fe International Bridge between Juarez and El Paso. Why is that important, fam? Why is it important to see these things? I'll tell you why. Check this out.
Missouri tomorrow, Monday, January 27th at 2 p.m., there is a hearing on Senate Bill 72. This bill aims to change the punishment for those who are quote-unquote trespassing in our state. This is a critical update. Please make sure that you are paying attention to this bill. This bill aims to imprison those who are quote-unquote trespassing in our state for life, the rest of their life. It does not aim to deport them any longer unless the federal government steps in. We know that most states, including Missouri, rely heavily on labor-intensive prison systems. You and I can make the connections on what they're trying to do to these people right under our noses.
Hey, James, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, James? I'm pissed off because I can't get on the right side of the border? You could come to this country legally. I am here, stupid ass. You see how dumb you are? That's what I'm saying. It's how dumb you are. That's how dumb you are. I don't care if your brother, James, please stop trying to be our people, bro. Just get out of here, bro. Get out of here. You make no sense. I am here. I am a U.S. citizen too, like you, dummy. You see, this is your assumption. Again, the scriptures say, judge before you speak. You are not a wise individual. You are a lost cause.
In the state of Missouri, they want to pass legislation that would literally put these people in not proverbial, but literal chains for life.
They're going to put Mexicans in concentration camps.
They already have. They already did this before. If you're new here, my name is Gabby. I teach Latin American history and Chicano studies, and I want to show you this. It says detention camp right up there, but we're going to zoom in. And what does it say right there? Legion Park in Los Angeles was home to a concentration camp, held Mexicanos, and left them exposed to the elements. We also have the example of the baths in El Paso, repatriation in the 1930s. If you want to learn more, I can talk about all of this one more time. Just give me a follow.
They're going to put Mexicans in concentration.
Yep. That's this one. Is it the one I had?
Students not responding to or even opening emails? It's time.
Nah, I already showed this one. Let me see. This is the one. Oh, the nerve gas. That's the one I was missing. Why do you keep showing up over there? Give me a second, fam. Let me close this. Boom. It says here, the Nazi origins of deadly nerve gases. See this here? The Nazi origins of deadly nerve gases. Third Reich chemists invented the devastating chemical weapon. Third Reich chemists. So these chemists, eugenicists, right, before they became Nazis officially, invented this devastating chemical weapon. But it was first used on our people. So, again, don't forget the topic, family, because I don't want you to forget the point here. The class is called what? Nazis in Americas. And all we keep seeing, even since 1917, is Nazis involved with us being Nazis, even though they're not literally saying it to us in the same direct way. They're mentioning it, but then they're like, oh, the Holocaust. Among chemical weapons, nerve gases are arguably the most nefarious. Trace amounts can wreak long-term havoc on a victim's nerve systems, and high doses can cause painful death and typically asphyxiation. The nerve agent had been used by armies and terrorists alike. So who are the real terrorists? The Edomites. Yes, you guys are the real scums of the earth. They were dispatched on the battlefields in the Iran-Iraq War, during the Tokyo subway attack in 1995, and more recently in the demonstrators in Syria. Despite their infamy, these chemical weapons have a curious history unknown to many people. 80 years ago, just before World War II began, nerve agents were invented in Nazi Germany. During the Third Reich, German scientists developed bombs capable of deploying the chemical weapons to allies, and Nazis' armed forces secretly stockpiled nerve gas munitions. Nerve gas. Nerve gas. So why you don't be surprised when you see Elon Musk saluting with his biting his lower lip. His heart ain't going out to nobody, boy. He's saying, F you, I'm a Nazi. That's what he's saying. Those are the real facts. And let's not anybody forget that. Here's just kind of going in the way it's broken down. Guess I don't have to re-emphasize it since it's very clear to us now. But this guy here, I wanted to bring up, oh my God. Okay, so check this out. What I want to show now is technically these guys, right? So now you're going to assume and think that these people are over there. They're not. They're right here. They are right here. Let's go.
Where do you think these images are from? You could be forgiven for thinking they're from Nazi Germany at the height of the Third Reich. But they're not. This is America. In February of 1939, 20,000 fascists assembled in the heart of New York City at Madison Square Garden. The event was billed as a pro-American rally, organized by the German-American Bund, hoping to spread Nazi ideals in the United States. At the time the rally was held, Nazi Germany was already operating concentration camps. News of the persecution of Jews had been front page on American papers, but the American government had been...
The year 1935. Didn't stop, it started here. And it came back here again with the Bracero program. Let's not forget, World War II didn't end this Zyklon B or DDT delousing or anything, which they knew it was chemicals that could kill people. They knew it was a nerve gas. It didn't matter to them. They still implemented and sprayed it on our people after 1492. I'm sorry, after 1942. Let's continue.
Slow to condemn Nazi Germany, and anti-Semitism and anti-immigrant sentiments were still popular.
I pledge undivided allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The man on stage was Fritz Kuhn, a German immigrant who dreamed of spreading fascism in America. He celebrated George Washington as a fascist icon, painted himself as a victim of the press, targeted minorities, and talked about reclaiming America.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, American patriots, I'm sure I do not come before you tonight as a complete stranger. You all have heard of me through the Jewish-controlled press as a creature with horns, a cloven hoof, and a long tail.
A few days ago, I called the fake news the enemy of the people, and they are. They are the enemy of the people.
We, with American ideals, demand that our government shall be returned to the American people who founded it.
From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
An estimated 100,000 New Yorkers turned out to challenge the fascists that night, held at bay by a huge police presence. A young Jewish plumber from Brooklyn, Isidore Greenbaum, snuck in. At one point, unable to bear what he was hearing, he ran on stage.
I love the old days, you know? You know what I hate? There's a guy totally disruptive, throwing punches. We're not allowed to punch back anymore. I love the old days. You know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. That's true. I'd like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. Knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously. Okay? Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees.
Greenbaum was charged $25. He said he had no intention of interrupting, but being that they talked so much against my religion and there was so much persecution, I lost my head and I felt it was my duty to talk. During his ruling, the judge said, "Don't you realize that innocent people might have been killed?" Greenbaum replied, "Do you realize that plenty of Jewish people might be killed with their persecution up there?" It took another 2 years, the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and Germany's official declaration of war against the US before America finally went to war against the Nazis. This is the...
So, since we see the video as early as 1930 and change, it would not be surprising to us to hear about our people being fumigated with the same crap, with the same mentality from the same people. Maybe a slight different last name, but not a different spirit, because they come from the same branch, the same root, who James loves to defend. Go ahead, James, go ahead. You continue with that. You go ahead and defend them.
The history that America remembers and celebrates. The German-American Bund died out quickly, but did its ideas? Less than 3 years since the fascists rallied in New York, the United States was putting Japanese Americans in their own internment camps. It would take another 15 years for segregation to end. What happens when dangerous ideas only take a little bit of encouragement to become reality? What happens when we allow violent, damaging and racist ideas to flourish in public discourse under the guise of free speech? Fritz Kuhn might be long gone, but what happens when the man on stage preaching hate is the president?
But how do you stop these people? You can't. There's no... That's only in the panhandle you can get away with that stuff. Only in the panhandle.
There's a reason why he said the panhandle, fam. Only around white people can you do that. Only around white people. Check this out. This all connected, man. Christians, Catholics, people like James. If you don't know James, and you just dumb and blind like these people.
You'll remember that Mussolini was an ally of Adolf Hitler, and that Adolf Hitler signed two concordant contracts with the Vatican. The Pope Pius XII signed two contracts with Adolf Hitler, that he would throw full Catholic support in Europe behind the new regime of Adolf Hitler if Hitler, upon winning the World War, would establish the Roman Catholic Church as the only legitimate religion of the world under the new order of the world.
We find that the Bush family was heavily involved in financing Hitler, and the Kennedy family as well.
Right. Now, the point is, I want to continue with this. When you understand, we're talking about the Vatican, we're talking about Hitler and Mussolini. We're talking about the fascists of Europe in war with America and England. Now we're talking about the Empire Strikes Back. And as we said in the last program, New York is the Empire State. That's why you have Steven Spielberg and George Lucas movies talking about the Lost Ark, the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Who is that going for the Lost Ark with Indiana Jones but Adolf Hitler? And in The Last Crusade, it's Adolf Hitler again. So what we're
Hollywood is making pictures not for the profit, but for the propaganda. And for the propaganda.
If you remember,
propaganda. That is the actual point there.
We have
propaganda, because guess what they're hiding from? They're hiding from their true nature. And like I said, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks.
We haven't done anything. We're a totally peaceful racist group. We haven't done anything. We're a totally peaceful racist group.
We haven't done anything. We're a totally peaceful racist group. Oh, God, it just gets even more and more interesting, man. It's funny, man. Let me show you guys something real quick. Let's educate some of these Christmas Christians. You know what's more childish, James? The fact that you believe Christmas is real. That's more fucking childish. That's more insulting than anything. That's childish and more insulting. It's like a child still believing. It's like a grown-ass man still thinking Santa Claus is up in the chimney coming down to bring me a fucking gift. That's more childish than me calling you a name. If that offends you, then maybe you are one. That wouldn't offend me, because I said I don't block so-and-so. So if you ain't one, then I didn't block you, because I don't block people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what's more childish to me is the fact that you believe Christmas is real. And Jesus was born on December 25th, and that's not real. That shit is pagan. And that comes from Edom, which is why he is going to be destroyed. That Christmas Christian religion, all they've done was brought persecution and pain, not just to our people, to a lot of people. Lots of them. You murdered in the name of Jesus. Jesus? 1492, they told us, hey, you better, worship the cross or die at the sword. Yeah, sure, buddy. Isaiah 34:5, for my sword shall be bathed in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea and upon the people of my curse to judgment. For the sword of the Lord is filled with blood. This ain't hate. This is the Bible. It is made fat with fatness and with the blood of lambs and goats and with the fat of the kidneys of rams. For the Lord had a sacrifice in Basra and great slaughter in the land of Idumea. Idumea. You see, the thing with Christmas Christians is that they don't like when the scriptures talk hard. They wanted to, I'll show you what they like. I'll show you right there. This is what they want to hear. It says right here, Isaiah 30 and let's say 10. To verse 9. That this is a rebellious people, lying children, right? That believe in fake stories, right? That will not hear the law of the Lord. Like James. He believes in supposedly Jesus. I'm sure he voted for Trump. And I'm sure he's anti-LGBTQ and abortions and all that, which we disagree with too. But we're not hypocrites. You guys are. You don't keep the commandments at all. You don't celebrate the high holy days at all. You don't even attempt to. No, you made up your own. And as a child, you speak like a child, you think like a child, so you want to act like a child. So you want things to be taught to you as a child because you don't want truth. So again, that is a rebellious people, lying children that will not hear the law of the Lord, which say to the seer, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, like James says. Speak unto us smooth things. Prophesy deceit. So like James said, you're antichrist. And you're gonna die. Whatever, man. What is clear to us is that truth hurts, and it's very common among people that are full of deceit, because you cannot decipher what is real and what is not anymore. When I'm using the same book that you read, and you cannot see these things like we can. But again, this is why Idumea must be swept from the face of the earth. That's not me saying it. That's the scripture saying it, because it's these people that have brought what we are dealing with today. And the unicorn, let me see if I should need to read all that. Now let's go to verse 36. Verse 36, chapter 36, verse 5. I'll read it right here. It says, and I say it thou, but they are but vain words. I have counsel and strength for war. Now on whom dost thou trust that thou rebellest against me? And it says here, pay attention, prophesy. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I'm not saying, why not? I was reading it wrong, bro. Like, what the hell? I was like, wait a minute, hold on. It doesn't read like I was thinking it was reading. Ezekiel 36:5. My bad, family. No, sometimes that happens. Ezekiel 36:5. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, surely in the fire of my jealousy have I spoken against the residue of the heathen, and against all Idumea, not just some, all Idumea, which have appointed my land into their possession. That land also means his people. With the joy of all their hearts, and with the spiteful minds, to cast out for a prey. So it says, prophesy therefore concerning the land of Israel, and say unto the mountains and to the hills and to the rivers and to the valleys, thus say the Lord God, behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and in my fury, because ye have borne the shame of the heathen. Right? Then it says, therefore, thus say the Lord God, I have lifted up my hand, surely the heathen that are about you shall bear their shame. It is important to understand what that means. Let me see if I have it here. Fine, I'll just show it now. Yeah, let me show you now. Because you guys are wondering, Idumea. Idumea? What do you mean by Idumea, man? Yeah, I'll show you some Idumeas. This is from a book I have, page 231. Let's read at the top. We're just going to read 2 pages, family. Okay? So who is Edom? Esau. Edom, Esau. Here, let me minimize this because my battery died. It says here, Esau's descendants are the subjects of extensive traditions in which the rabbis, with effrontery at which we should wonder in any other men, have set at defiance all authentic history and accurate chronology. These representations, the fallacy of which will be too obvious to require being pointed out, may be briefly comprised under the following heads. First, the descendants of Esau, the sworn enemies of the descendants of Jacob, even to the end of the world, were at first a small nation, inhabiting Mount Seir and adjacent country. Remember, back in the day, when they first got here, British, there were a small amount of people, right? Okay, let's continue. Then it says here, adjacent to country, contiguous, I believe, to the land of Canaan, that they were easily confined within their own limits as long as the Israelites enjoyed a great and formidable empire in Canaan. But that after the powerful republic of the 12 tribes was destroyed by the Assyrians and Babylonians after the 700 BC, officially 530 BC, right? Completely separated. They wonderfully increased in numbers and strength, extended the dominions towards the west, spread their colonies far and wide, subjugated Italy, founded Rome and the Roman Empire. Again, what the hell is this? The hell is that? Founded Rome. First of all, they subjugated Italy, founded Rome and the Roman Empire, and at length entirely overturned the Jewish state, which had been restored after the termination of the Babylonian captivity, the second temple being destroyed by Titus Vespasian. Then it says, and that in the present day, professing the religion of Jesus of Nazareth, which they were the first of all nations to embrace, right? Why Jesus? Romans, why Jesus? Laws are done away with. Paganism, worshiping the Virgin Mary, Trinity, all of that dumb stuff. You can eat pork. You can have sex without, getting married. It's completely okay. You can totally divorce. That's not a problem. All of that good stuff, man. All of that, wicked shit. You know what I'm saying? Then it says here, which they were the first of all nations to embrace. They hold a dominion over all Europe.
That's gonna hurt!
Remember what it says. They subjugated Italy. They made Rome and the Roman Empire. And they hold the dominion over all of Europe.
That's gonna hurt!
Esau, detaining in captivity his brother Jacob, at least as far as regards the tribe of Judah, till his Messiah ben David shall appear. So now you guys know, I've talked to you guys about who the Judites truly are. Secondly, that the prophecies of the prophets against Esau, Edom, Seir, and the city of Edom. So now let's go to page 232 to kind of put it in the coffin real quick, and then we can move on, continue to get to the point here. Especially those of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Obadiah have not yet received their full accomplishment. That's why in Romans 9 it says, for Jacob have I loved and Esau have I hated, right? So let me show you something. I'll show you real quick. Because this is something that they always ignore. Romans, I believe is 9. No, not 9. Romans 9. Romans 9, I'll go to right here. It says here, Romans 9:9, for this is the word of promise. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son. And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father Isaac, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to the election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. And it was said to her, the eldest shall serve the youngest, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. You see? So let's continue. For through the house of Esau has experienced some particular judgment of God. Why? Because he hates the way Esau is. The infamous warrior, the sword maker, The bullet enjoyer. The one that likes to walk around with guns and makes him feel real manly, because without one, he will not feel manly at all. We know now who Esau is. Then it says here, let's continue. Has experienced some particular judgment of God on an account of the injuries at the different periods of time afflicted upon Israel. Yet the final vengeance on account of that last great injury, the destruction of the second temple by Titus, and the transportation of the Jews in captivity, in which they are still most opprobriously detained, is yet impending over it, to be executed in time of the Messiah. Right, not white Jesus, the Meshiach. That this is foretold by the prophets and other denunciations of the severest plagues against the house of Esau. And it's coming now. It's happening. Fentanyl, isms all over the place. This year, you know how many people have been killed by guns? Children, family? Yes, the plagues are on Esau now. The city of Edom and Mount Seir, which all belong to Rome and Christians.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Sweet baby Jesus. That's good. Oh, man. Let me read it again, because it just, man, this is the most lovely part. That this is foretold by the prophets and all their denunciations of the severest plagues against the house of Esau, the city of Edom, and Mount Seir, which all belong to Rome, and Christmas Christians. And that the faith of Christmas Christians at the time will be far more dreadful than that of the Mohammedans. Then it says, Abernio particularly says, the slaughter of the Turks in the future battle will not be so great as that of the Christians. For many of the Turks will escape, according to Isaiah. But of the Christians, Obadiah says, there shall not be any remaining in the house of Esau. Not one, not even a scrap. Why should they? What right do they have? They have not showed any type of real governance, sincere. No, everything is driven by profit and money. Profit and money. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Why should we believe now the damn enemy that's been here since the beginning has broken every treaty, every promise supposedly that they were going to keep, and they never have? Not one bit. All the land that they acquired wasn't through necessarily war, fam. It was through deception. Wisdom of Solomon 4:6-4, because being ministers of his kingdom, ye have not judged aright, nor kept the law. Again, you're eating swine, you're having sex all the time, you're not court, you don't know how to court. You guys think just you date and you have sex and then maybe you'll get married, and you guys have no order whatsoever to be telling other people not to do certain things. You are the most hypocritical people in the world, which is why he's going to spit you out so horribly and so deliciously, I should say. Nor walked after the counsel of God. Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you, for a sharp judgment shall be to them that be in high places. They're going to go to Mars. Yeah, go ahead, try to get up there. For mercy will soon pardon the meanest, but mighty men shall be mightily tormented. And we're seeing it today, family. For he which is the Lord over all, fear no man's person. For he which is Lord over all shall fear no man's person. No respecter of people, whether you are ours or not. Listen, man, if you're in wickedness, you deserve to be destroyed. Neither shall he stand in awe of any man's greatness, for he hath made the small and great, and careth for all alike. So this may be my opportunity to have knowledge over some people, but I am no greater than y'all, brothers. I'm just skipping a hop away from, going back to that stupid shit again. Thank the Lord that he's saving my spirit. Let's continue with this here real quick. Let me see this.
If you were affected by California wildfires,
that one keeps showing up. Oh, that's right. Oh my God, I went back. Check this out. I want to show you something. We read this before. Matter of fact, you know what? Nah, it's okay. I read it before. I don't want to waste my time on it. Let's continue with this. Let me see if I have this here. Okay. Give me a second. Let me see.
I know what.
Here it goes right here. So even this gentleman right here, which I got more respect for him than a lot of these suckers that, because he's admitting it. Let's continue.
It's coming because I see it every day at the Texas Capitol. They are testing these ideas in states like Texas before they take them nationwide. Banning books, banning abortion, forcing every teacher to display the 10 Commandments, replacing school counselors with untrained chaplains, defunding public schools to subsidize private Christian schools. We are sleepwalking toward theocracy, and we must act with the urgency that this moment demands. I know.
Yep. And the reason why we're in their world. Our job is to protect our families, raise our children properly under the commandments of the Most High, raise our sons and daughters with respect and integrity. My son, you guys know he's 6, 24. He's, autistic and blind. That's obviously a little different situation. But my daughter's 21, going on 22, still not, not spreading herself around, still virgin, still clean, very respectful, loved our family, helps us out in all kinds of ways. She's a beautiful daughter, man. I'm talking about like beautiful in spirit. She's a pretty girl. And I don't have to worry about her I'm going to go on the weekends and go party and all this. And I went to get some medicine last night. I just went to the store to get medicine. It was like 12 o'clock. I couldn't sleep. I walked in the liquor store real quick and they had some, NyQuil. And these young girls, man, like buying drinks and all this stuff. And I'm like, man, I'm so glad I don't have to worry about that with my daughter, I'm so glad. Because we were actually home watching a movie together. My son's 12, going on 13, little baby girl. I am sincerely blessed. Why? Because as my errors do show at times, I tend to be sincere about what I'm trying to do. I make mistakes all the time, man. I'm a fucking walking mistake. Shit. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Scriptures say be perfect. Yes, that means you have to work towards it. You can't be perfect. You got to work towards a completion. And it's a marathon, not a race. Scriptures say it all day. I got more respect for someone like that because at least he understands, yes, I'm a Christian, I believe in this, but who am I to be judging people and try to persecute them and do all these stuff? Let judge be the one to be judging them at the end. Because our job is to tell you where you're wrong, and that's it. And if you don't listen, then that shall be it. That's what it means, man. And like he said, you're walking into fascism, you definitely are in it. You're fully involved. You're fully involved. Why? Because again, you were given power to rule, which is why a pharaoh in Egypt ruled. God puts them and takes them off. What did he do to Nebuchadnezzar? Made him turn into eat crap and shit. He made him a king, then he dropped him. He creates, destroys, heals, and kills. That is our creator. And if you can't live with that, then you're in the wrong belief. If you think God was just about love and compassion, my daddy loved me. No, man, then you got a dad that doesn't give a shit about you, because how can you walk around in life without correction? Correction is beautiful because it puts your mind at ease that you made an error. And now you're not going to be full of anxiety because you made a mistake and you don't know how to fix it because now it's just a habit. No, the book is a structure of the mind to make sure that you harness your spirit so you can protect yourself from your flesh, because that right there is where the demons lay. Daniel 2:39, and after these shall rise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third king of brass shall bear rule over all earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron. For as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all things, and as iron that breaketh all these shall break in pieces and bruise. Let me finish to my point, fam. I'm just going to read through it, okay? I'm not going to try to explain too much here. And whereas thou sawest the feet and the toes, part of potter's clay and part iron, the kingdom shall be divided, meaning division of people, understandings, I guess you could say politics, right? But there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, so it's strong in a way. For as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with merry clay, but it's strong and weak. Why? And as the toes of the feet were part iron and part clay, so the kingdom shall be part strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with merry clay, They shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. They, meaning our people, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron not mix it with clay. What is it that they always have a problem with us? With assimilation, right? They always have a problem with assimilation. So now that we're on this particular thing, now I think I showed you guys enough. So where is this all coming from? You know, we read about these things, right? All these Christmas Christians and saying they love Jesus, and at the same time saluting and worshiping the Nazis. Yeah, this is what Nazism causes. Let's go.
Just checking in on my friends who are struggling this week. My heart goes out to you. Hope you're doing okay. Just checking in on my friends who are struggling this week.
1, 2, 3. K. Forward. I'm going to show you where that salute comes from, family. Thank you, brother. You know I got love for you on that shit, man. Thank you so much. Don't let this be of any ignorance to you. We have to wake up to the facts. This shit is here now. I know that, there was a time where, como decimos en español, no puedes tapar el sol con un dedo. We used to say that. No puedes tapar el sol con un dedo, güey. You can't block the sun with your thumb. When it's in your face, it's in your face, and you got to wake up now. Listen to this.
Thank you for making it happen. Thank you. Thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
This is the Tesla Gigafactory in Berlin, where Elon Musk builds Tesla cars for the European market. It's factories like this that have made him the world's richest person. But now he's using that wealth, billions of dollars amassed by selling Teslas, to promote European far-right parties. He's vocally supporting the far-right AfD in the upcoming German election, claiming only the AfD can save Germany. The AfD is so far to the right that France's national rally leader, Marine Le Pen, will not work with the party. Members of the AfD use Nazi slogans, constantly spread disinformation, and trivialize the Holocaust. In a conversation on Twitter, Musk and Alice Weidel, the leader of the AfD, both spread misinformation and falsified history. Musk claimed that Weidel is the most popular candidate for German Chancellor, when in reality polls put her 5th. Musk also claimed the AfD is the most popular party in Germany. A complete lie. Weidel declared to Musk that Hitler was not right-wing or a conservative, but was a communist, a claim to which Musk said, very much so, and yeah. In reality, the Nazis were an extreme right-wing, racist and anti-Semitic party that murdered 6 million European Jews. Musk has called Angela Merkel Angela Merkin, a sex industry slur. In the UK, Musk has become a vocal supporter of Tommy Robinson, a former member of the fascist British National Party, who has served multiple prison sentences, including one for assaulting an off-duty police officer. Robinson, a football hooligan, is the founder of the far-right English Defence League. He has a history of violence and has been filmed attacking people on multiple occasions. He is currently in jail after being ordered by a judge to stop spreading entirely false claims about a 15-year-old refugee who had been attacked by another teenager at school. Robinson repeated the false claims anyway. Musk has backed him multiple times on Twitter. In recent weeks, Musk also came to the defence of Andrew McIntyre, a British neo-Nazi who was a key architect of racist riots that rocked the UK last summer. McIntyre set the time and location for the initial riot that targeted a mosque, drawing a red circle around it and adding the message, "Time for war." 50 police officers would be injured in the attack, while congregants had to lock themselves inside. McIntyre then declared on the organising channels he established that the mosques must burn, The day before his arrest, he was calling for the killing of all Jewish, Muslim, and black people, adding white power. McIntyre also shared a video of the 2019 Christchurch mosque terror attack, when 51 Muslims were murdered, coupled with a caption lauding the shooter as a white legend and making offensive slurs against Muslims and Jews. When he was arrested, a knife was found hidden in the boot of his car, and when his home was searched, officers found weapons and a copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf. McIntyre used Telegram to encourage rioting, but Musk took to Twitter to bemoan McIntyre's 7-year prison sentence.
Just wanted to give you a little history here regarding this whole salute thing, man. You know, it's like it's a salute, right? So now let's get into a little bit more of that, and then we'll move on real quick. Here, just a quick comment.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
That's the classic, my heart goes out to you. Now, a lot of people are trying to pretend that somehow this is some type of Nazi fascist salute, when Elon is just, he's neurodivergent. Okay. And some people have suggested it could be a Roman thing too.
Right.
Now, the Roman thing was actually just made up.
You hear that? The Roman thing is actually made up. Let's continue.
1800s by theater people.
By theater people. But let's look at this guy, famed Roman theatrical. Guy played a lot of Roman performances. Here he is. Oh, wait. Oh. Let's see that one more time.
In the Nazi salute.
Well, he's going to... Does Zeke Heil mean my heart goes out to you?
Listen to it one more time.
I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Oh, wait.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Oh. Let's see that one more time.
In the Nazi salute.
Can't lie anymore. Cannot lie and try to hide it with a thumb, family. It's in your face. If you still think that this is not real, this is real. And this is historical. Okay, this is an Edomite thing. It's a Roman thing. It's in their nature. It's in their bloodline. We know who you are. There's no salvation, only destruction for people like you. And I'm glad that we're finding out now, because I sure as hell do not want to have any relationship whatsoever with y'all, because I am tired. I got no love for you. I got love for my people, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. The American schools in the picture are shown to loyalty to our flag and country by giving the Bellamy salute. Like, what the hell? The Bellamy salute? You guys are talking about Bill Bellamy? No, the Bellamy salute. If anybody named your son Bellamy, you an idiot. While reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Despite how it might look, the Bellamy salute had nothing to do with Nazi dictators. Sure, buddy, right, whatever. But did cause quite a stir many years ago. In fact, the Bellamy salute is an interesting aside on the history of the Pledge of Allegiance itself. Who was Bellamy? Bellamy actually wrote the original Pledge of Allegiance at the request of Daniel Shortford, owner of the popular Boston magazine of the day named the Youth Companion. In 1892, Ford began a campaign to place American flags in every classroom in the nation. Kind of like what they're doing today now. They want to put, supposedly the Bible, the Ten Commandments. There's a lot more than that. You can't even keep one of them. It says, thou shalt have no other God before me. What are you guys doing? Worshiping your own gods. You worship Christmas. Like, seriously, you teach your children to worship Santa Claus. It says, thou shalt have no other God before me, but you do the opposite. Again, you are a wicked nation of Edomites. Ford began a campaign and placed American flags everywhere in the classroom in the nation. Ford believed that with the Civil War between 1861 and 1865, still so fresh in the memories of so many Americans, so many white people, a great public show of patriotism would help stabilize a still fragile nation. So what does he do? He basically, I'll just read it. It says, along with the flag, Sharp assigned Bellamy, one of his staff writers at the time, to create a short phrase to recite the honor of the flag and what it stood for, and all it stood for. Bellamy's work, The Pledge of Allegiance to the Flag, was published in Youth Companion and immediately struck a chord with the Americans. The first organized use of the Pledge of Allegiance came in October 12th, 1892, when some 12 million American children, school children, recited it to commemorate the 400-year anniversary of the voyage of Christopher Columbus. They give honor to the heathen that came and destroyed, pillaged, raped, brought smallpox with those other nations, and completely took advantage of your little girls. Christopher Columbus was a pedophiliac and a Roman, Greco, Edomite, Caucasian too. And in 1943, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the school administrators, the teachers, could not enforce students to recite the pledge. So that's where it started changing, right? But how it became the Bellamy Salute. Bellamy or Sharp also felt a physical, non-military style salute should be given to the flag of the pledge recited. When the instructions for the salute were printed in the Youth Companion under his name, the gesture became known as the Bellamy Salute. Performed as described in Bellamy's instructions, published in the Youth Companion, the Bellamy Salute was first demonstrated in October 12, 1892, in the honor of the national celebration of the school day. It says here, it says, at a signal from the principal at the pupils, in ordered ranks, hands to the side, face the flag, right? Another signal is given. Every pupil gives the flag a military salute. Right hand lifted, palms downward to align with the forehead and close to it. Standing thus as repeated together slowly, the whole shit. The Bellamy Salute. This is a natural thing for them, family.
I went ahead and grouped together all the people who think it's funny to heil Elon so that they can see the optics for what it is, and so that we all can. It looks real bad when you're all grouped together like that, huh? You see, because you may think it's a joke, you may think it's funny, but you're actually doing the thing. Elon showed his love by heiling, and you all showed your love back by all doing it as well. That's what Nazis did with their leader. Literally, that's how they showed love, and that's how they showed love back. If you haven't already seen my video on the ironic Nazi, I strongly recommend it. Because a lot of Nazis start out like this, as a joke. Mm-hmm. Just trying to be funny, trying to piss off the libs, by doing the thing that upsets them, that hurts them, that triggers them, that makes them worried, that makes them feel offended or feel like they're being racially abused. Do it again because it's funny. That's what a Nazi would do. They would do that again because they find it funny to harm marginalized groups, whether it's emotionally or physically. You're doing it. You're not pretending to. You're not making a joke about it. You're literally doing it. It doesn't help that Trump has Nazi policies like the birthright thing and calling in someone that you think looks undocumented so that ICE can come harass them or deport them. That's all Nazi shit. So it doesn't really help. But the fact that Elon has not explained himself, the fact that he has not explained himself, and all of you have, you've made so many excuses for him and you're all inconsistent because you don't know what he really feels. But let me tell you this, if he meant it, which I think he does, what would be his behavior? Would he explain himself? Or would he just keep it open for interpretation like he's doing? Or maybe he's leaving it open for interpretation as a joke, which again is no different. And remember your cult-like adoration for Elon and Trump. Like you guys have Trump hats, you have Trump shirts, Trump jackets, Trump shoes. You obsess over him, you'll raid the Capitol for him, you'll do anything he says you believe, anything. He says science is wrong, you believe science is wrong. He says Jesus is wrong, you say Jesus is wrong. You are obsessed with this man. You show your love for him by doing that, and you don't care about his racist policies. Guys, you're heiling because you're Nazis. This is what Nazis are. The ironic Nazi who likes to make jokes about being a Nazi, they end up at Nazi rallies surrounded by Nazis because their jokes only entertain Nazis. Then they look around themselves at a Nazi rally surrounded by Nazis going,
I'm a Nazi. Oh man, this is crazy. I'm gonna show you something real quick. I don't want you guys to forget this ever. I never ever want this to get out of your minds, because if it seems to be like tomorrow, another day, nothing happened, we're good to go. No. Remember that picture. Somebody walking in the middle, people standing side to side from them, okay? Interesting is that it's banned in a lot of places except here. Why? Because they've had Nazi racist people here way before 1942 war, way before World War II. They were here before. So now, where does this salute come from, family? Where does it come from? Okay, I'm going to give you two links right now. We're going to go to this one real quick. It's called The Works, not necessarily this one here, because he has a few. That's a good book too, by the way. But we're going to look at the Jewish War. The Jewish War is the one we're going to look at, okay? So now we're going to go from there to right. I think it's this one or this one. Let's see, chapter 5. Yep. So we're going to go to section, I should say, book 7, chapter 5. And you're going to hear a familiar name here. Now they say, nobody knows where those things came from. I mean, where did that salute come from? Nobody knows. It's made up. It ain't made up. He was being funny, by the way, because some people were saying that it's not true. It's made up. You know what I mean? He didn't mean to do that. Well, let's find out the history of it. Maybe this might help you guys get educated. Educated, technically. It says, remember, it says concerning the Baltic River, which Titus saw. We heard about Vespasian, Titus Vespasian and all that. As he was journeying through Syria, and how the people of Antioch came with a petition to Titus against the Jews. Okay, so check this out. Now, part 2 is where we get interesting. Right here. Right here. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and make me small. Okay, so we're going to read this right here. But when the people of Antioch were informed that Titus was approaching, they were so glad at it that they could not keep within their walls, but hasted away to give him the meeting. Nay, they proceeded as far as 30 furlongs and more with that intention. These were not only men, but a multitude of women also. With their children did the same. So men, women, and their children, what did they do? And when they saw him coming up to them, they stood on both sides of the way and stretched out their hands, saluting and making all sorts of acclamations to him. You're like, whoa, what the hell? What? Yes. Right? Interesting, isn't it? So now I'm going to give you this from the Bible studies. So you can, go ahead and search it yourself. So you can see, this is not a joke. This is real stuff. So here it says it the same thing. I'm going to read it again so you can see. This is Bible Studies Hub, right? The war, the Jewish war. You can also see it's written by Josephus. But it says here, but when the people of Antioch were informed that Titus was approaching, they were so glad at it that they could not keep within their walls, but hasted away to give them the meeting. Nay, they proceeded as far as 30 furlongs and more with the intention, meaning they're chasing after him. These were not men only, but the multitude of women also, and their children did the same. And when they saw him coming up to them, so these guys stand, they see him, like we saw the picture of the two people getting married. People stand on the right side, people stand on the left side. They stood with their children. And when they saw him coming up onto them, they stood on both sides of the way and stretched out their right hand, saluting like Elon Musk. So you guys don't know where this is from? It's right here. It is a Roman salute. It is a Roman tradition. It is a Roman thing. Do you understand now how this goes deep into a rabbit hole? So this whole salute Bellamy salute, Roman salute. We don't know where it's from. I mean, maybe it's Roman. Well, now we're getting a historical book that shows where the salute was first used. And this Titus Vespasian is a Roman, an Edomite. Now, in case you guys don't know about the little history of these wicked demons, let's go back a little bit in time so we can get an idea of it. Because Maccabees 1:1 talks about the actual history of the Greeks. These books were taken out, which excludes the Greco-Roman rulership, or soon to be Greco. So let's read something that historically we know of regarding Alexander the so-called Great. It says, first Maccabees 1:1, and it happened after Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of Persia and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece, and made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. You see, their first God, so to speak, like Donald Trump, so to speak. And he gathered with a strong host. Well, he's not even close to that anyways, but just kind of like how they worship him. And he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries and nations and kings who became tributaries to him, just like America today. And after these things, he fell sick and perceived that he should die. Why? Because he was, he did the LGBTQ thing. And you got, whatever. Anyways, so wherefore he called his servants, such as honorable and had been brought up with him from youth, and parted his kingdom among them. So now we know that Alexander reigned 12 years and died. This is when his kingdom was spread in 4. And that's where you have Ptolemy, Seleucid, God, man, I can't believe it. Telemachus, I believe. And then you have Ptolemy, Telemachus, Seleucid, and there was one more. God, I can't believe I forgot it. I'll remember, right? So then he says, and his servants bear rule, every one in his place. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves, meaning they had rulership, so that their sons after them many years and evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes. Whoa, where is he? Well, that's why I needed to read this, because we saw Antioch, right? Vespasian, Antioch, they saw him, they raised their hand, salute. Well, guess what they named that city after? Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, the son of Antioch, the king, who had been in hostage at Rome, and he reigned in 137 years of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days, there went men out of Israel, wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, let's go and make covenant with the heathens that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we had much sorrow. So like people here today, no, let's just, we got to assimilate. You know what I mean? Just, put your hair blonde. You'll fit in. They'll love us. We're Americans now, man. They see your brown ass. They're going to deport you. They don't give a damn at all. So here we kind of get an idea of who these people are. But you see, these people were supposed to be people of war, right? Because they are. That's why you see the military, and they love guns, man. You know what I mean? Like, they can't have enough. And they kill animals for no reason. They don't even eat them. They put them on their walls. I mean, who does that shit? Anyways, Genesis 27:40 says, what about Esau? It says here, Genesis 27:38, and Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. Like a typical, crybaby. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth. So they will spread all over the place. They will rule the earth at one point. And the dew of the heavens and of the dew of heaven above, right? It says, and by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. So by thy sword shall you live, meaning the only way that you're going to have the fatness of the earth is because you will die by the sword. You will go to war for it. That's the type of spirit that they have. That's who they are. Maccabees 1:34. Let's go back here real quick. And then they put in their sinful nation, wicked men. Oh, that's not that one. Is it the one I want to read? Hold on a second. Let's just go to verse 41. So I remind you again. Where is it? People. Let's see. Yeah, it goes right here. So it says, verse 41, to remind you guys. Moreover, King Antiochus or Antioch wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, like today. Like today. Now, I'm going to tell you something, family. This is important to know because a lot of their traditions are here, right? Fascist basically has a rude word for fascist. Where you at? And it's attributed to Romulus, the institution. Attributes to Romulus, the institution, brought from Etruscan of 12 liqueurs. It's talking about this right here. That right there. The pillars. And we know that the government has them. We know that now, right? Remember, I showed you the books regarding Edom. Edom will show who they are based on their customs. They always go back to their root, fam. That doesn't change. They always go back to the root. So what is one of the things that they enjoy? Is having the things that they're spiritually used to during the Republic and into the empire. Many magistrates who possess imperium, the council, protocol, praetor, blah, 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 was loaded lictors inside and outside of Rome, each one bearing fasces. This is the way or where they got fascism. This is why Edom is who they are. This is why Obadiah 1:1 says what they say. So let's go to it real quick. Obadiah 1:1 says this. It says, the vision of Obadiah, thus say the Lord God concerning Edom, we have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise, and let us rise up against her in battle. Then he goes, verse 3. The pride of thy heart has deceived thee, thou that dwelleth in the cliffs of the rock, Caucasus, whose habitation is high, meaning high-minded as well. Not only that, they love high buildings. That say in their heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Don't they say that? They're invincible. They're proudful, man. They think they rule the world, right? They're going to fly to Mars, supposedly. Malachi 1:4, whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished. But we will return and will build the desolate places. Thus say the Lord of hosts. They shall build, but I will throw down. They shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord had indignation forever. Verse 3, I hated Esau and laid his mountains and heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Why is he a dragon? Because he's wicked. Why do you think the scriptures say this right here? Psalms 137, verse 7. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundations thereof. O daughter of Babylon, meaning it's a spiritual daughter of Babylon. A reproduction of them again. The fourth, the 1, 2, 3, 4 beat had all had the same mindset, religion, background, concepts. Yet each one just implemented their particular expertise, so to speak. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. Why? Because when they came, they did that to us. Don't ever forget that. Remember, the only way out of this is salvation and destruction. You got to embrace both of them. I don't know why I put that there. I was just looking at it. Give me a second, fam. Let me see what this one is.
Where do you think these images are from?
I already showed you that one. So let's continue with something real quick. Hold on.
Are you looking to...
Why are these old ones? I got rid of these links. I wonder why it's... Oh, I know why. Nah. Let me get to this real quick. I know why. Let me show you something real quick. Let's go to Revelation 6, man. I want to show you something. Revelation 6, because a lot of people think that, this is already past and blah, blah, blah. It's not real. Revelation 6:8 says, and I looked and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth. Now we know what the fourth part is now. This is considered the fourth part. Who is ruling over the fourth part now? And when you guys say, oh, well, captivity, we got freedom. No, you don't. They're ruling with economic power. And that economic power is what keeps you in slavery, in captivity. Want me to show you? I'll show you. Barak 3:8 says, behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, whereas thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments. To payments. According to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from the Lord. So again, captivity is payments, taxes, obligation. And then let's be not fooled. A lot of us, let's just say, I will include myself. A lot of us are W-2'd. And when you actually say, let's say I saw somebody get W-2 the other day, right? Well, I saw their check. And I was like, they're trying to ask me, what does this mean? They got paid $1,200. And their total deductions for $1,200 was like $350. That's like 30%, man. The 30% tax on somebody that broke. Their check went from $1,200 to like $800, I think, 7 something. Half the shit. Almost. Half the shit. And the rich get what? 0 taxes. Make that make sense.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Are you?
That's the devil the Bible speaks of. That's who they are. That's who they are. Let me show you this real quick. Right now. I've shared with you guys before. I've shared this with you guys before. Let me see if I have the page saved. If not, I will have to pull it up again. I may have to. Let me see. I'll just get here real quick. Let me just pull it off the archive. Yep, I'm just going to pull it off the archive. Give me a second. I'm going to show you something real quick, fam. We're almost done, by the way. I kid you not. We're almost done. I know I took a while to get to class. It's been a while, you know what I mean? I was sick, so I was holding a lot of information back. And now I definitely don't want to miss it and not show it. Let me read this to you guys real quick. Go to page 81 first, okay? This is from the Perils of the Republic, a book written in, I'll show you guys real quick. Book written in 1899, okay? 1899, Perils of the Republic. You're going to go to page 81. It says here real quick. Let me see. See if I can find what I could put down. You know what? Let me just get to the point. Let's see. We're going to go to page 163. We're going to read a little bit just here. All right. Here we go right here. It says here, I will start with people say the Congress shall make no law. I'll start here. Page 163. And the very first amendment to the National Constitution reads, the Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting to free exercise thereof. Thus was the horn of power, the principle of Protestantism, established as a fundamental doctrine of the United States. With equal truth, it may be said that the essence of republicanism is that all men are created equal, supposedly, and governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. The principle of Protestantism are the true principles of Christianity. Who created Christianity? Edom. Edom founded who? Italy, Rome, the Roman religion, and Christianity. The Christianity of the Bible, right? Supposedly. The principle of republicanism are also the principles of God. Now, keep in mind that you can take the Bible, create your religion, without actually applying everything that the book says. Trust and believe. We've seen it first hand in hand, even with BHIs. The principles of republicanism are also the principles of God and the Bible and things civil. But it is said concerning the beast, here goes. But it is said concerning the beast, which symbolizes the United States in the Bible, that he had horns like a lamb and spake as a dragon. Here are two things happening together at the same time and totally incomparable with one another. That which is lamb-like, speaking as a dragon, now is a thing that is lamb-like cannot speak as a dragon and still retain its lamb-like disposition. It is therefore follows that the scripture, having portrayed the United States, will in name retain its lamb-like principles of Protestantism and republicanism, meaning Democrats and Republicans. But in the nature and its practice, it will deny them. This is the national hypocrisy. You see what I mean? Yea, it is a national apostasy. There may never in these United States exist openly, outwardly, and in name a union of church and state. Now they are very clear about it, which constitutes itself an abandonment of Protestantism, but the thing itself will be, and even now is here. We may never have an emperor which a crown upon his brow, but Rome was imperial empire for a long time. This was an empire. This is, while still retaining the image of name of a republic. Now, this is what white America was trying to do. Edomites always want to keep this democracy. We're spreading democracy, bro. You know, we love about it. No. You're just a wicked ass nation, and you want the minerals. You want the resources. Now, the first beast was Rome. So let me show you this real quick in case some of you guys missed it. Who is Rome? We read this earlier from page 232. Modern Judaism. Check this out. Page 232. It says, this is foretold by the prophets in all their denunciations of the severous plagues against the house of Esau, the city of Edom, and Mount Seir, which all belong to Rome and the Christians, and that the Christian faith and that the faith of the Christians at the time will be far more dreadful than that of the Mohammedans. You're like, what? Yeah. And who are these people? So Edom, right? What did Edom do? Page 231. It says, so let's see. We'll go here. Let's see. But after the powerful republic of the 12 tribes was destroyed by the Assyrians and Babylonians, they, meaning Edomites, wonderfully increased in numbers and strength, extended their dominion towards the west, spread their colonies far and wide, subjugated Italy, founded Rome and the Roman Empire, and at length entirely overturned the Jewish state which had been restored. Who is this? The descendants of Esau. And who is Esau? The people that are Italians, Romans, right? These Christians who embrace this religion, they're the ones that are all over Europe. All over Europe. I think it's the other page that says that. My bad. Let me see. Let me go back. Canaan, subjugated, restored Pishon, and which hold dominion. And let me see. The second prophecy, the prophet, let me see. Hold on a second. Oh, sorry, my bad. Hold on. I read it earlier. My bad. Let me just show you because I don't want to say it and then you guys, say I made it up. Or was it the other one? Plagues, Mount Esau, Christian faith. Let's see. Man, I must have read it somewhere else. Anyway, point being is we get an idea of who Esau is, right? Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back right here. Let's not forget. Now, the first beast was Rome. Who's Rome? Esau. Once a republic. And remember it says that the fourth beast that was, but is not, and yet it is. This is, again, a reviving of the same people, the religion, the concepts. And that's why they're supposed to be back, to be destroyed. Happy shall we be. Once a republic, but apostatized in the imperial monarchy, denigrated in military despotism, united with a church once Protestant in principle, but apostatized in papacy. It says, the union of these two was, I say, the first beast. Now, when in the prophecy of the image of the beast is to be made, it is said to them that dwell in the earth, that shows, make the image of the beast. This shows that this is the government of the people where the image is made. It is said to them that shall make a union of the church and state. This shows that this is all done in place where there's no union in church and state. That is true of the United States at its formation, and it is not true of any other nation that was ever on earth. But it's funny that in 1823, they used a religious doctrine to pass a law. They used church to pass laws for state. But, what do we know, right? Let me skip this article. Let's go here. Already there has been an apostasy from the principles of Protestantism, from the principle of separation in church and state. The Congress of the United States, the executive, and the judiciary of the United States are already committed to the papal principles of the as opposed to Protestantism. You see this right here? Let me go ahead to the other page because we almost should be done. The true republic can never unite with papal in principle, but now the republic is apostatizing with republicanism and uniting with the apostate Protestant principles. And this is in itself an image to the beast. Already this nation has commenced a war against men who plead for republican principles in their island's home. According to the prophecy, it is yet to go furthest. According to the prophecy, what the hell did I do? Hold on. Man. Give me a second, family. Already this nation has commenced a war against men who plead for republican principles in their island's home. And according to the prophecy, it is yet to go further step into this lawful path and kill men for desiring Protestant principles in the United States. For it is written of the United States, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. And the image of the beast shall both speak and cause as many that would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. The union of church and state in Rome hastened and actually wrought the ruins of that apostate republic. So even now, will this union hasten and cause the ruins of this so far apostate republic? And the sketch of the history of the former was written in the book of the prophet Daniel then, and closed up and sealed until now, so that they that be wise may understand what to do to escape the evil and the ruin that will come. And even now hastens a ruin that will come to this modern great republic, as surely as came the ruin of the ancient great republic. In case you didn't know. In case you did not know. Let me see.
Why are merchant cash advances such a big problem? Hard work equals success, right? Well, not always. Some business owners work tirelessly.
Trump's path to power.
Let's see. This is kind of long. I don't want to be really listening to this one too much. Not today. All right, let me kind of move on this one, fam. My bad. Hold on a second. My bad. Let me see. I kind of wanted to listen to this, but I think it's too long, to be honest. But let's kind of go back to this real quick.
Can't happen.
We saw this already, I think.
Try to gaslight everybody.
No. Check this out. I want to bring it up again, okay? Here we go.
Can't happen. Thank you.
This is a Nazi salute. And I know this because his supporters are saying, no, it's an old Roman salute, which is what the Nazi salute was based on. So yeah, he's doing a Nazi salute. Let me teach you guys something. In case you're a little too young to remember Trump's first term, this is going to be a common thing because this is exactly what happened in his first term. They would constantly do and say the wrong thing and then try to gaslight everybody and say that it's not that, it's something else. And then all the supporters start doing that thing ironically and try to say, no, it's the other thing, so that they can easily work it back into daily life. And if you have any doubt about what I'm saying about the gaslighting part, take a look at this news here. Trump is expected to pardon January 6 terrorists. That's very interesting, because up until now, They kept saying it wasn't MAGA. They were saying this was all Antifa or feds. That's so strange. Why would Donald Trump be pardoning the feds or Antifa? That's so strange. It doesn't make sense. And now that guy was us and we're getting away with it. So keep that in mind when he calls this a Roman salute. He's hiling Hitler. And worse than that, as time goes on, he's going to continue to find it funny to troll you about the fact that he hiled Hitler. So before people start hiling Hitler thinking there'll be no consequences, you can try it. I'm not Elon, I'm not Trump, and none of their pretend rules apply here. You heil Hitler, you'll be featured on my page, and everyone you know is going to know about it.
Damn freaking right, man. Damn freaking right. And this is a message for these Native brothers that came to my channel and showed real sincere hate. You know what I mean? Or when you had me on TikTok and you called me a Spaniard and shit. It's all good. It's all good because now the tables are turning. Now the embarrassment is in your face. Now you're eating crow. That racist, girl that came here and shit, just because she got a little Canaanite boyfriend now, all of a sudden now she turns on us. Her racist native shit came out, calling me a wetback, bro. So, okay, well, guess what? Your brother's gonna get arrested. And you will too, hopefully. Let's go.
In America. This is happening in America. This is racial profiling on steroids. It is disgusting and vile. This is not about keeping America safe with the integrity and sacred border. This is just about terrorizing brown people. Unconscionable harassment of Native American citizens by ICE. On Wednesday morning, 9 congressional Democrats sent a letter by Newsweek to President Trump urging him to direct ICE agents to, quote, stop harassing Native Americans. The letter detailed an incident in New Mexico in which an ICE agent reportedly stopped a tribal citizen at a convenience store and questioned their U.S. citizenship. Navajo Nation officials told CNN that federal immigration enforcement operations had stopped, questioned, or detained at least 15 indigenous individuals in Arizona and New Mexico during immigration raids that began last week. In the letter, members of Congress, led by Representative Teresa Leger Fernandez of New Mexico, urged the administration to, quote, take additional actions to prevent racial profiling. I think that one's out the door, and ensure that the rights of Native Americans are respected. Quote, targeting Native Americans and questioning their citizenship, like we saw in New Mexico last week, is not only harassment, it's un-American, Fernandez told Newsweek. Quote, Native communities have been an integral part of the land since time immemorial, and every single tribal citizen has been a U.S. citizen since 1924. ICE's racial profiling undermines tribal sovereignty, violates our values, and spreads fear in communities that deserve our respect and protection. That's why in this letter, we demand that the administration end these discriminatory actions immediately. And
male was detained in Phoenix. Male was detained in Phoenix. An individual who there were others who were contacted. And there was an individual who was detained in Phoenix, an individual who is a Navajo male was detained in Phoenix. Apparently it happened yesterday.
It's funny. I mean, no offense to you brothers, man, because a lot of you guys are going to have to you're going to have to suffer, bro. Because a lot of you guys are hard-headed and shit. You pushed us. You pushed against us. You didn't include us in this shit. Oh, because we don't have no trap. A lot of us have more bloodline origin than a lot of you guys do. Because some of you guys, a good portion, are Eskimos, meaning that bloodline. Those are facts. We never had a problem with y'all. But now it's becoming clear. But anyways, I digress. So let's continue. Because now you're like, oh my God, why are you messing with me? I'm a Native American. You look like a fucking spick like me. You are a Mexican-looking person like me. That's why you got arrested. Get that shit out of your head. Your feathers are not going to matter. You look like this, you are going to be put in a damn wagon.
And was released sometime this morning. The detainment was done by ICE, and it was a scary, traumatic experience. This individual, we were contacted by the mother of this individual. And mom said, you know, like, please don't put my name out there. Please don't say it because I'm scared. I'm scared because I'm afraid that the government is going to come after me for telling about what happened. If you are saying that that's not what Trump is saying, what I questioned is how many U.S. presidents have ever talked about citizenship of American Indians and compared that to what is happening with illegal immigrants. And nobody could say not one president, because not one United States president has ever questioned the citizenship of American Indians after the Citizenship Act was passed.
That's why you trust in the enemy. You really believe in the bullshit. Oh, well, you know, we got a document that says that we're American Native Americans. Those guys are illegal aliens. That's why you're still going to get deported and thrown in the gas. I mean, well, not in the gas, in a van. You're going through this because of the rude awakening that needs to happen to you people. I don't know what else is going to be necessary. This has to be necessary because, you see, we're used to it. You're not. You've probably voted against. You probably voted towards this. Then, matter of fact, a lot of you natives voted for this. And now you're reaping what you're sowing. And then yet, even in your same breath, we're not illegal aliens. Yeah, the same indigenous people that belong to this land probably have more bloodline in them than you do.
The reality is we know that immigration custom enforcement is making sweeps. Some people are justifying it and they're saying, well, they're only doing sweeps of those, you know, neighborhoods where there's, you know, drug issues, or maybe where, you know, it's the poor neighborhoods. Well, guess who lives in those neighborhoods? Sometimes it's us. So you're justifying and you're saying, well, they're doing it over there. What really scares me is in history, people have always justified things that have happened. And now we can look back and we can say, wait, that was wrong. How did
See the funny is that I don't think your group here has ever reflected on what has happened to us so-called that are not so-called Native Americans. And I think the Most High is definitely in the right state of mind to punish the shit out of you, because you guys have to come down from this or die with the enemy, because these are literally what the things that are going on right now. This is not a joke. Hey, but again, you know what? It's okay for me. I'm not upset. Matter of fact, I'm kind of happy about it, because again, I got the racism from y'all. Bluntly. Like, bro, yeah, okay, sounds good. Yeah, call the border patrol on me. Go for it. It's all good. Have them pull me over. It's all good. You guys are wicked too, man. So you deserve the punishment that you're getting. I'm glad. Maybe you'll wake up again now. And if you're offended by it, I'm glad, because it's the Most High talking to you.
Trump admin questions Native Americans' birthright citizenship in court. And I read the article. This is not clickbait. This is very real. As some of you may or may not know, Trump is trying to attack birthright citizenship, specifically targeting immigrant families. And they're trying to get this through by referring back to a Civil Rights Act of 1866, using the quote, all persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power, excluding Indians not taxed. Yeah, that's the quote that they picked out. And here from the Trump administration, this quote is basically saying, hey, this law thinks that Native Americans aren't citizens. So children of undocumented people shouldn't be citizens either. That is the quote. That is what this quote is saying.
Right. It's like, you all thought that, well, I'm an American citizen. I'm a Native American. You know what I mean? I speak English. Nothing's gonna happen to me. How could they? Look at me. Look at my feathers. Nah, you look like a typical spick like us. And I think that when you look in the mirror, you think you don't look different than us. That's the problem with you guys. And I'm glad that Edom is bringing your ass to the knees again. Because apparently all the poison that they put in these tribal lands wasn't enough for you guys to get it. Was it? No. Maybe now you'll humble your asses a bit and realize the experience that we've been having since 1492. Something that might have slowed down for y'all. We didn't get no casinos. We don't have a monthly, income 5,000, 10,000 like a lot of you guys do. No, we work our fucking asses off because we have to. And we create businesses too. And we hire and fire people. And by the way, since DEI is out the door, I don't got to hire people based on race, family. So I'm only going to hire people based on, I'm choosing what I want. So Raza, I got jobs for you. Guaranteed already. Anyhow, so aside from that, damn, I didn't realize I gone. Oh, wow, man, it's almost 9. Holy shit. Oh, wow. I didn't realize I was been, how much? 3.5 hours. Oh, shit, 3.5, man. Oh, God, man, my bad, family. Holy shit. I know it's already been 3 hours, man. I feel like it's been like an hour and change or 2 or something. But listen, I'm basically done. I do have a video to show y'all. And I hope that you can appreciate it. I hope it doesn't get blocked, to be honest, because I kind of cut it in pieces. And I do believe that it's going to give us a very clear understanding of the history, the process, and the time. Do me a favor, family. If for whatever reason they kind of like knock it down for something that, because I don't know YouTube, bro. They always make excuses to block my channel or take off the videos. If it comes off live, please make sure not come back. Or you guys are watching it late and don't get everything. I may have to trim it. I don't think so, to be honest. But because of the way these people are, they just seem to treat me like a channel that I'm like asking where, I guess you're monetizing. I don't monetize shit. It's very interesting how it all is occurring. So I hope you guys can appreciate this video. Oh, no. Before I do, let me do this. Let me do this. Because I didn't want to, this one here. There is one good thing. There is one good thing going on, and this is what I enjoy the most. And Tijuana, Guadalajara, and Mexico City, and I'm telling you right now, man, I'm signing up for this. I even told my wife, I kind of want to sign up for this. I want to be one of the ones out there asking for their papers and deporting the shit out of them. Let's go.
Claudia Sheinbaum has delivered a powerful message that is igniting a sense of pride and unity amongst the Mexican people. Standing firm in defense of Mexico's national dignity, Sheinbaum addressed the international stage with a clear warning. Mexico will not tolerate being treated like a second-class nation. In her speech, she said if Donald Trump continues to enforce racist and anti-immigrant policies against Mexicans in the United States, we will respond in kind. This is the beauty of it right here. She's such a fucking troll. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Sheinbaum declared in Mexico City, drawing a clear line in the sand for the treatment of Mexican citizens in the United States. Sheinbaum revealed that they have considered bold measures, now hear this, including the deportation of U.S. citizens living in Mexico. That's right. She said, we are tired of being treated as second-rate citizens. Mexico will not be anyone's backyard. I am only seeing Sheinbaum talk this way to the president of America. I'm not seeing anybody else, not the man around the world. She also talked back against Trump's recent push to label Mexican cartel as terrorist organization. She highlighted that there's a big imbalance in the relationship between Mexico and the United States, noting that over 1 million Americans live in Mexico, many of whom are enjoying the privileges of a lower cost of living and access to healthcare without contributing to the nation's economy. She says if they close our doors, we can do it too. We are not enemies, but we are not weak either. She proclaimed this and emphasized Mexico's sovereignty and its right to demand respect and reciprocity. World stage is looking at this with mixed reactions, but Mexico, this has ignited a powerful sense of national pride, not only in Mexicans in Mexico, but in Mexicans throughout the world. For decades, Mexicans have endured systemic discrimination and unjust policies in the United States. Sheinbaum is aiming to change that. This woman is something like I've never seen before. A lot of people have negative things to say about her. I don't know what, but I'm here for what she's doing. She finishes off by saying, this is a message of dignity. This is a message of strength. Mexico is not silent and will be no one's punching bag. This is a clear example of the Mexican people, the Mexican spirit, proud, resilient, and unbreakable.
Proud, resilient, and unbreakable is very freaking true. Hold on, my bad. All right, this video is 12 minutes long, something like that, and then I'll be finishing with a video and call it a night. All right, you guys enjoy it. Hopefully, there's nothing wrong with it.
Trump was elected. So these immigration raids that are about to go down are the perfect.
Not the one I was looking for, dude. Oh God, here we go. Not that one, dude. It was this one. All right, fam, enjoy.
How did we get here? How did we let this happen?
The biggest threat to America today is not communism. It's moving America toward a fascist theocracy. And everything that's happened during the Reagan administration is steering us right down that pipe.
Oh, Mr. Zapp, you're not really serious if you're saying we're going toward a fascist theocracy.
Oh, yeah, by the way. Hold on. Yeah, I meant to laugh. Well, hold on. Copyright disclaimer. Or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
That's right, we are. When you have a government that prefers a certain moral code derived from a certain religion, and that moral code turns into legislation to suit one certain religious point of view, and if that code happens to be very, very right-wing, almost toward Attila the Hun.
Well, then you are an anarchist. Every form of civil government is based on some kind of morality, Frank.
Morality in terms of behavior, not in terms of theology.
Hitler gained his followers by promising them a better life, a better Germany. But he also had a scapegoat.
Immigration is the fault and all of the problems that we're having. You look at what's happening in Europe, you look at what's happening in other places, we can't allow that to happen to the United States, not on my watch.
On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign a historic slate of executive orders to close our border to illegal aliens and stop the invasion of our country. And on that same day, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower.
The separating of children from parents. Think about the kind of mind that think, I know how we're going to restrict immigration. Let's take their children away. I mean, it's a cruel, almost cartoonishly evil kind of thing to do.
Who's number one with Hispanics? Trump.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Be so uncaring about the permanent effect on these children, and it is going to be permanent, is cruel and sadistic behavior. It's completely different from saying we need to have strong borders or we need to limit immigration or something like that. Those things, if they are worth doing, can be done without destroying children's lives.
We're now in a democratic recession.
My idea is simply this. America was built by and for the white Christian people of this nation.
We have been seeing, really, ever since Barack Obama first won election in late 2008, a growth in groups on the radical right. In 2008, we went from about 150 so-called patriot groups, anti-government radical groups, to something like 1,360 groups in 2012. In the last year, though, Donald Trump has added fuel to that fire in a very big way.
Where the hell are you going? Jim, why are you here? Why are you here, man? Go. Why are you here? Go.
Al Gore and George Bush and people like Mitt Romney and these people, they're all the same. You know, they're all the same type of candidates. So it's pretty interesting this year to see something a little bit different. So support those nationalist principles like closing the borders and things of that nature. So we do support those things, but we're not going to come out and endorse them.
Donald Trump wants to bring back jobs to America, give dignity to the American worker. I came here to speak on behalf of Donald Trump. I've never met the man, but I can tell that he has nothing but the best interest of this country in heart.
Some of the things that he's saying are issues that we've been tackling for years now. When we talk about globalism, we talk about America first, these sort of things, bringing back American jobs. These are things that he's hitting on. So it's put a lot of our nationalism sort of becoming mainstream.
All we want is to change America back to what it was.
We do want to see whites, rise and have our own state here in this country.
And it's endemic in Eastern Europe, in Western Europe, in the United States, India, the Philippines.
This is a new age of impunity. Some countries are actually just going back to the age of elite power.
The financial system is rocked to its foundation as top Wall Street institutions.
If you have an economic crisis and or a refugee crisis, these demagogues rise. They're promising to protect you from a threat that doesn't exist.
Interested. What I'd like to do is set up something, and I'll fund it somehow. That I think you're the perfect guy. We help knit together this populist nationalist movement throughout the world. Because guys in Egypt are coming to me, the Modi's guys in India, Duterte, and we get Orban and even and we're somehow some sort of convening authority.
If you were going to be a Republican, you ought to focus on what Republicans are supposed to be good at, which is let's do business, okay? Yeah. And I think business is good for the whole world. People like to do business. But when you start trying to legislate morality, you've got a problem. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked in the past. It won't work in the future.
Yeah, but if anything goes, there's got to be some sense of responsibility, don't you think?
There's a difference between responsibility and adherence to dogma. When the dogma becomes legislation, that's when you have the danger. I have this horrible fear that the United States could wend its way toward being a fascist theocracy. The cross converted into a symbol of fascism in the service of politics. This is bad.
There are transnational oligarchs funding dark money think tanks and fake institutions.
Americans for prosperity.
You have an incredibly dishonest right-wing media. It pushes disinformation.
Hate and fear are being sown online across the world, spreading lies paid for with illegal cash. It's subversion.
Subversion. Renowned Washington think tank, the Cato Institute, the Institute of Economic Affairs.
They're lobby shops set up to influence politics on behalf of ideological billionaires and big business.
Trump was elected. So these immigration raids that are about to go down are the perfect example of insider trading. So on November 5th, when Trump was elected, Geo Group, the largest private prison company, their stock just absolutely soared over 112% in the last few months. And on day one of Trump being president, he signed an executive order reversing the ban on private prisons. And then today, the very first law was passed by Congress, and that was the immigration detention law. These all work together, right? Because the 52 Republicans and the 12 Democrats that voted yes on that bill, they most likely own stock in Geo Group. So they have a vested interest on voting yes. So now all of these ICE raids are happening, and they're going to arrest people, and they're not going to have any place to put them. And these private prison companies are going to come in, and they're going to start erecting these detention centers. Now, this immigration detention bill was $83 billion, and that is going to be used on building detention facilities, and the people that own stock in them are going to make millions of fucking dollars.
Welcome.
Wow.
There's a new set of kings that nobody voted for. And they have more money and power than any corporation ever has.
Tesla boss Elon Musk is now the richest person in the world with a net worth of $185 billion.
Facebook's got $46 billion in cash. The cash flow somewhere around $10.5–11 billion.
Google's parent company Alphabet surged. For the full year, revenue rose to nearly $75 billion. That now makes Alphabet the world's most valuable company, ahead of Apple.
Just want to jump in with some Amazon numbers. Revenue, $89 billion.
They are powerful not simply because they have all the money and the wealth, but because they've amassed all of the information.
Age, gender, ethnicity, religion, what car you drive, what products you purchase in shops, what churches you attend, how you see the world, what actually drives you, how open you are to new experiences, whether you prefer order and habits and planning in your life, how social you are, how much you tend to worry. Big data is an understanding of your personality, because it's personality that drives behavior, and behavior obviously influences how you vote.
We will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. We will make America great again.
I want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. America First legal. Foreigners in the United States who support terrorism must be deported. Those who hate our country and our way of life are not welcome here and do not belong here. We must demand the federal government remove these foreign extremists from our midst. If you agree, support us by clicking here.
So you would say that white supremacist-tied publications meet a rigorous standard for fact-checking?
They say he left troops in Syria. You know what I did? I left troops to take the oil. I took the oil. The only troops I have are taking the oil. Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door. Excuse me, I didn't. I'm the one that gave Ukraine offensive weapons and tank killers. Obama didn't. You know what he sent? He sent pillows and blankets.
Yes, fam. Yes, that's it. That is definitely very, very true. All right, so with all that, man, I appreciate you guys being here tonight. Thank you so much, man. I have a lot of that one. Hold on a second.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Yeah, Chi. No Chiwi work today. I wanted to, man. I had some topics, but it's like, nah. I got some shit on them. But anyhow, you guys have a good night. Appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so much. If you guys can please like and share for the audience, for the future brothers and sisters that may be able to catch this information. If this matters to you, please share it. I know I'm very blunt. I'm very uncut. You know what I mean? I'm not smooth in the edges. I bring raw information, material with history, facts. I hopefully exercise your mind, your eyes, your vision, and your ears. And then also at the same time, the reading, because that's important. When we're able to exercise all those things, memory starts to grow. And then you'll start seeing how all of this does matter. And you won't be fooled by some individualites that want to claim to love the Most High in all his ways and his people, and at the same time say, oh, forgive them. You know, it's no big deal. Nah, it ain't. Because it's about familia. And that's what it's going to be from now on. You guys have a good night.
Viven huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it that's so real. Love was man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por mí traicionar a tu familia, matar tu sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هاللي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي يا ولد دراري خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هاللي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي يا ولد دراري Tuve un sueño donde no había amor se perdía el color de una flor se marchaba lentamente con el sol en el horizonte pude hacer algo para calmar mi dolor y es por eso que le pongo flow viviendo alto siempre Burruco bimba y es que todo por la familia Burruco bimba y es por eso vengo a bendecir Burruco bimba y es que todo por la familia Burruco bimba y es por eso vengo a bendecir
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super slalom, subiendo a nueva escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like si de Stallone. Esos tics van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada, cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Burruco Connection Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mí nadie aérea de París, día yo. Los magnetes han llegado, están aquí, víalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas. Es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que puedes tú solo con la movida. Yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia. Fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia. It's original, man. Familia, familia. Fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia. Yo soy un rocket, ellos abrilia. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el pito para que no se caiga. Son los magna de voz final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el pito para que no se caiga. Son los magna de voz final.
Reparo a millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manates la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas, de no nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura, quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a las partículas, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo. Niño prepara la compota que la pera pata. Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Y poner ridículo y los manos les tocan cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina va a probarla? Todo aquel en el party donde se gana. What the fuck, what the girl, what an alma. Vive muriendo de la envidia. envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping him that's a real love, man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para fabono. Tú podrás por miedo a traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna White son familia, ya no maniga. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warfare, vengo con los míos, Magna Gate, while I fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warfare, vengo con los manas y saqué, while I fire them. I gotta stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill the weight. Rasta man, I want Illuminati play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill the weight. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a creepy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Kikray is familia. Pure nego is familia. Cinco, Key Magneto, familia. Familia, es el que está a la mínima. Familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, Rasta Giant familia. Magna Boy que doblaste manego.
¿Sí? ¿Te atreverías?
Ahí está.
¡Bemba! ¡Es original! ¡Kimba! Ella lo baila. ¿Quieres de mí? Origini. Todo para ti. ¡Hey baby! Original y originini. Yo no tengo un cromo de panini. Si viene el Kimba lo reventó con el fucking altavoz. Si vengo por el liga estoy con el chico para soltarlo bien tranquilito. Es el Kimana, el Kimaneto, porque tiene el ritmo y esqueleto. No vi, ella no vio nada. Cuando suelto ritmo parece en la boca nada. No soy un dragón pero suelto llamaradas. No soy un cabrón pero sueno que te cagas. Original y parecen bandadas de cuervos volando que viene a matar. Si quieres algo del magneto siempre ves buscando un ritmo. Es original, siempre suena fresco. Lo mejor me lo merezco. No tenemos parentesco, golazos de parece popescu. Ey, original el maneta ha llegado pa' soltar los ritmos sentados. Si quieres algo bueno pues yo vengo de un pasado. Desde lejos, hace tiempo, no soy viejo. Estoy atento, estoy contento. El entrecejo no lo ves, escondí hace tiempo. Original representa hace radio, el Netflix de Europa, pa' venir a reventar todos los escenarios y llevarme la copa.
Un aplauso, ganó. De Easy, haceme algo ya para culminar.
Hostia puta, tío, qué bueno.
¿Te dejo ahí mismo ese? ¿O te pongo otro?
Pónmelo al principio, va.
¿El principio, este mismo? ¿O te pongo otro?
Este está bien.
¿Este está bien? Vale. Desde el principio entonces. Ahí va, atención.
Estamos en AC Radio International Real. Hey, hemos vuelto a la casa del Real Netflix de Europa. Bombo Clan, dice. Don't stop, everybody don't stop. Llegó el general para prender el club. Hey, sing it boy, then yabadabadu. Con mi crew solo tú, dame luz. Hey, sing it badu. Don't stop, everybody don't stop. Llegó el general para prender el club. Sing it boy, then yabadabadu. Con mi crew solo tú, dame luz. Everything come through. Ooh, girl, think you better. I think you clever. Hey, stay, my fucking old nigga. Hey, girl, think you better. I sing along, my brother. Everybody party, come on, nego, hace radio, está fresco. Dice, mueve el cadera, mueve tremendo, suena perfecto, filo beca, suena perfecto, viene el del ritmo del gueto, band the fuck internacional. Ey, nego, no fama, no really nobody, si mueve el estilo, suena fenomenal. Suena bien guapo que viene los ritmos, el radio siempre suena fenomenal. Mueve cadera, mueve tremenda, ese Kiman Neto, el rey de la fiesta. Suena guapo, te lo digo, Zacarías, así que dale, on the freak, nego.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.